Alrighty. Alrighty. Alright, let's just go straight into it. I'm gonna just go sit in a random spot, like always. Oh, yeah. Why? Oh, I remember why I went in here. Because I was going. Hold on, let me see if I can do that real quick. But I need to explore all this stuff anyway. But I'm not gonna do that right now. Yep, this is what I wanted to do. Because I saw like a little short on this. That's why I teleported over here. But yeah, dude, I missed some Nigeria. Well, okay, that doesn't matter right now. Anyways, yeah, dude, I missed so much, especially in this game. Bro, I didn't even do the event because I just completely forgot. The one with Not Cry, or in Not Cry, with some of the Fontaine people and Eilo and Nefa. And wait, wasn't Beto also in it? But yeah, I didn't even do that event. I completely forgot. So, yeah. If there was any other event, I also didn't do that. Which there probably wasn't because there wasn't a lot of events in this update. There was a few, and then they released the Temple of Space. Oh, I'm gonna talk about that live stream because yeah. But actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's deal with this. I think you just gotta knock like 3 times and you get a secret achievement, and maybe a chest. Okay. Am I supposed to know who that doctor person is? I don't know who that is. Let me see real quick. Yeah, there is gonna be a lot of looking stuff up, but it should be fine. It should be fine. But I mean, yeah. Other than well, I didn't even get into that stuff. So why did I say other than, which doesn't make sense. But anyways, yeah. Since the last time I was here on Twitch, I mean, not Twitch, YouTube. What's wrong with me? I did the whole. I did actually this place, the Temple of Space thing, and what the hell else did I even do? I did something else after, right? Did I? Bro, I don't even remember. My brain. Oh yeah, I did. I did. Because that's when I was talking about that Conria uh is not Norse, or at least not yet. Which I didn't even finish my point because I was such in a rush because I was blabbing about a whole bunch of other stuff, and I was looking at the first dynasty Conria and that book that has to do with the orphanage and the witch with the two people who were best friends and that whole thing. I'm not gonna revisit that whole thing, but oh, and now that I say that, I didn't finish Vera's what is it Melancholy. I didn't finish. I only think I read like the first three, and then I forgot. But honestly, that really don't matter either right now for anything that I'm probably gonna talk about. Because I do, well, I will probably mention it a little bit because I'm gonna talk about the Nicole trailer and the voice actor of Finon. He's in the trailer, and but he says a very small line. But I know people saying that he's Fanes, which didn't make sense if you literally watched the trailer. I mean, why would Fanes be talking to Nicole when Nicole is basically talking against the Heavenly Principles? And it just didn't make sense. But honestly, I didn't even know that the trailer even came out. The only thing I knew about it was I saw a short talking about the trailer, and then it mentioned the voice actor Finon and people saying that he's Baines. And then within that same YouTube short video, I saw that the guy pulled up a post of Finon's voice actor on Twitter saying that he's not Fanes, he's a random NPC, which that's not true. He's not a random NPC because I believe I know who he is, which we're gonna get to that. But yeah, I don't think he's Fanes. That literally does not make sense to me. That he would be Fanes. But yeah, anyways. Yes, I didn't even know about the trailer until I saw that. And then I saw the trailer and then, but where was I even going with all of this? Was I gonna Dude, I just started and already my brain is like all over the place. I felt like I was gonna say something else before that. Or maybe not. Maybe I just thought I was gonna say something, but then I just continued with the voice actor Finon. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But oh yeah, the last YouTube stream I did the the whole Descender thing and of course the first Congria and as always, the Descender talk. the sinners, um, which I still literally cannot figure out. But to be fair, I haven't been doing too much research on it because you know I just be forgetting. But I will say I do have some type of like I don't really want to say excuse because yeah I still can look stuff up, but or could look stuff up, but yeah after I did the the YouTube stream with the what you call it with the whole Connery thing and the other stuff. Um, I did another stream after that. Then I did another one, and then I was gonna go back on YouTube so I could talk about Eilo, which I'll do here also. Because I'm just gonna knock two birds out with one stone. Because, you know, I'll talk about this, which honestly won't be that long anyway. But who the hell knows? you know, it could, I could be end up just like 5 hours just talking about the heavenly principles and how right I was. But like I said, we'll get into that later. Um, but yeah, I just, might as well just talk about the Elio script after. But and then yeah, that's pretty much it. Because I know there is an event, which the little camera thing. Uh, I'm probably not gonna. Well, I'm probably not gonna do it right now, but I am gonna do it before it expires. Or I don't know. Maybe I will do it. Later. We'll just see. But yeah. So, anyways, after the two that I did on Twitch, then I got sick again. But this time, it was not like how it was in February. Thank God. Because that was horrible. That was like really, really, really bad. But I did get sick. And then I got better. And then like 2, maybe 3 days ago, because I think I uploaded the VOD maybe 2 days ago. So I think it was 3 days ago that I went back on Twitch. But I was still like a little kind of sick. That's why I made a joke about this sick arc. I made a rerun or sick arc rerun. Um, but yeah, so I'm like good now. But in that stream, I didn't, yap because I really wanted to because I was playing Star Rail, and it would have made perfect sense to play Star Rail and go through the whole entire Elio stuff playing Star Rail. But, you know, I still felt a little, you know, eh, basically sick. but, uh, but yeah, so I'm better. Thank God. And I'm taking care of myself, so that's good. So I'm not feeling anything again. But as soon as I feel something, I'm just gonna freaking like overdose myself with like medicine. so, like, because this basically what happened in February. I got sick, I got better. A couple days later, I got sick again, got better, and then when I got sick, it was like, yeah, you already know that whole entire story. It got like really bad. But anyways, so yeah, this time around it wasn't bad, thank God. The first 2 days were pretty bad, but then after it was going like was going away very slowly, but it was going away. So yeah, yeah, that's why I haven't been back in a little bit. I think when I just checked, it was like 10 days, so a week and some change. But still, I want to try to be more con- consist consistent. Wait, is that even? I don't know. My brain doesn't matter. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna try to do more and more. And I wanna start doing other stuff also. Like earlier today, um, I did do a little bit of the other gacha games. Um, and I did the Wuthering Waves thing. Um, 2 days in a row, I got the number one on my main account. Cause it was like with the little cube game. Um, damn, I remember yesterday's. It was for Lova. Who was the day before for Lova? Was it like Phoebe? I think it was like Phoebe and Farlova. I believe it was Phoebe who won the day before. And then for the race tomorrow, I picked, I think, Calcharo on my main account. So we'll see if the win streak is alive. Or it's just gonna end at 2. Or maybe the new win streak will start on a different account, like my second one or my sister's. Because I believe my sister picked. Oh, I don't even remember who she picked. Was it Cheng Li? I think. And then on my second account, maybe I also picked Cheng Li on my second account. I really don't even remember. But anyways, it doesn't even matter. I'm you know, just saying stuff just to catch up on, you know, things, catch up on life. Because, you know, even though it hasn't been so long, but a week of some changes, a lot could happen in that time. So yeah. Um. Oh. Let me finish this thing. Uh. Oh, so no one even knows who the hell this guy is. Hmm. Who is this guy? Oh, so this is the first time they ever mentioned this doctor. Dr. Lemieux. Who is this? The person inside is trying to write fiction. If you keep bothering them, they'll give you treasure. But yeah, I know that they give you treasure after. Yeah, but that name is like too specific. Hold on, let me just see what the hell this name even means. Oh, is one devoted to God or belonging to God? Oh, this is even more interesting now. A doctor who is devoted to God. Huh. Well, that's definitely not Dottore. Well, who the hell knows? Bro, this guy had like so many damn segments. If my theory is correct about the first time I talked about this was during that whole white glove, the white and gold glove thing that's supposed to be like Dottore or whatever in the Kamabina trailer, which I still don't think that's the case. But in that, I went back and I was looking at the voice lines of the conversation between Dottore and Nahida. And when he makes the deal with Nahida to destroy his segments, I believe there's like 4 to 5 like distinct. No, it wasn't like 4 to 5. No, I think it was like no. Okay, I think it was like 8 or 9 total voices that like kind of sounded different, but then like 4 or 5 of the lines. Oh, what the hell was it? No, I think it was 8 to 9 that sounded completely different while the segments were speaking. And then I think it was like 4 or 5 lines within all the segments speaking that might have been from a specific segment or a couple of segments, something like that. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But anyways, in that's when I was talking about all the different segments and how many there possibly were when he destroyed all of them. But then he'd probably just rebuild them all over again. So it really doesn't matter. But anyways, that's gonna be a whole different discussion. But but yeah, so I don't know, maybe one of those segments could have been the Dr. Lemieux. Right, yeah, that's odd. I wonder who even is this person in the inside anyway. Did he also mention? Oh, well, it's not there. But he also mentioned Egeria before, and then he kept on talking, and then he mentioned other two names. I believe those other two names were Romero people. What? Those segments have absolutely nothing to do with the rest of the plot. The only usable part is the idea of summoning the spirits of dead heroes into Imazuma and have them beat each other to death. What? What the hell, bro? What? Okay, that's that's something. Bro, who is this guy? And why is he all the way up here when there's like literally nothing else up here, but besides like books? But why is this guy like hidden away in a place that's literally hidden? Because all of this is hidden from Tibet, and then of course the stuff inside is also hidden. But then you have like some like a hidden corner within
Don't trust
something
your
that's
eyes
hidden.
on.
I don't understand that. That's weird. What? What the hell is that? No, but seriously, why is this guy just hidden all the way up here, just writing stories? I wonder if anything that he wrote is like an actual readable, but we won't know because we don't even know what the hell this guy's name is. Okay, hold on. Let me see. What the hell does that first words mean? Is that like Latin? Let me see. Oh, Vindia. Oh, we've seen this person before with the white hair and yeah, she has like a green thing around her head. I forgot what the hell the thing is called. Oh, she's the author of the Tales of Snow Winged Goose. Oh, hold on. So this person in here definitely probably had written a book that's probably readable. of something, anything, just take this, go whole school tea parties with Dottore. They just say the same thing.
That looks like it's worth a pretty sum.
I wonder who the hell is this though. Oh, by the way, when I'm talking about that dude up there probably wrote a readable book. I'm probably talking about, well, not probably talking about, I am talking about like one of these, like these readables. I just don't know what, but yeah, he more than likely wrote one of these books. I just want to see if I have all the volumes. Yeah, I do. Alright, oh, yeah, I'm gonna do that survey. Cause I'm gonna write them a long message about that update. Cause yeah, the update that's coming out is ridiculous. Ugh. But I don't know. I feel like I should probably go somewhere with a decent spot or decent view. Man, honestly, I don't even know where. I'm just gonna sit. Just, oh yeah. Oh, now I see this little floating thing. Um, I believe this little floating thing is also supposed to talk in the next update. I think. Hold on. Is it this? Don't this thing start with a L? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is supposed to speak in the next update, which honestly makes sense, especially that we saw APEP. So oh, speaking of seeing APEP, so in the last YouTube stream, when I was talking about how if Nahida, okay, so let's back up a little bit. So I was talking about that it makes no sense for when an Archon would die, because there was something that was said, but what was it? Damn, why I can't remember. There was something that there was like said like around that time. Um. Oh, it was something like I don't even remember where this was from. It was said that if a dragon is alive and the Archon dies. Oh, okay, I remember. I remember. Because I was looking up. Dude, you, you see the rabbit hole I be going into? Because I was looking up the dragon sovereigns. Because I wanted to see if there was some type of like little hint of maybe like the cryo or like the electro sovereign dragons, but I couldn't really find anything. But when I was reading through all that stuff, which there was some other stuff that I was also reading that didn't make sense. So I don't think any of that stuff is 100% accurate, which leads me into my point that in the thing that I was looking at, it said that if the dragon was alive and the Archon would die, then an Archon wouldn't like take over. The power would just go to the sovereign because the sovereign is alive, and there would be nobody to take up the Archonship. And that literally made absolutely no sense to me because you had the duel between Xabalanque and the Pyro Sovereign, which that's a little bit different because he did defeat it, and then but he had help with Renova. Oh, which we're gonna talk about Renova also. We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff. but um, but anyways, so yeah, so with um with the power of Renova and Xabalanque, he was able to defeat the Dragon Sovereign, and then uh the best example I was using when I was talking about that literally makes no sense. That if our Archon dies, the Sovereign would take over authority because when Ruka Devada died, Nahida was like born, and then Nahida took the spot over for Ruka Devada. So it made literally no sense what I was reading for it to say that when the Archon died, and if the Sovereign is alive, that the Sovereign would automatically gain authority back. And I felt like they literally only just said that because that's kind of what Nouvelet did. Because Fossilor died, and then Nouvelet gained authority. But when Ruka Devada died, Apep didn't gain authority. Nahida was born, and then Nahida just like took over the Archonship. So again, like, and even with well, we don't know what happened to Electro, but even with Shogun, her sister died, and then she took authority, and then with the Pyro Archon, which again, it's a bit different because the Sovereign was dead, but um, like the Archons would just like die out because they'll do the deal with Renova, and then they'll just get replaced. So the whole thing of like an Archon dying and then the Sovereign taking authority back because the Archon died literally made no sense to me. I don't know why the hell that was in the Genshin thing, like if it's factual, because that's literally stupid. That's just not factual. That makes literally no sense. But anyways, so yeah, I was And you see like how my mind literally just be like going everywhere. Cause that was in the last stream, in the last YouTube stream, and in that one I was supposed to be, which I did go into it, but I was supposed to be talking about the like Conaria not being Norse mythology for now, and then all the other stuff just came out, and now it's just just talking about all that other crap. But yeah, so um, but while I was talking about all that, I was saying that I don't think it's like the the thing with Nouvelle. It was not because that fossil lord died that Nouvelle gained sovereign back. It was because she broke her, how you say it, like if you will, like she broke her authority, and when she broke her authority, it detached itself from the heavenly principles, and that's how Nouvelle gained his authority back. Because if you play the quest, the whole point of Fossilor doing everything she did is because she is the god of justice, and she deemed Celestia guilty. And since she's going against Celestia, and then she killed herself when the Aura tree's broken, and then all that water turned into the gigantic sword thing, and then she killed herself. That was the ruling, to separate the authority from Celestia. That was the whole point. It was not just because she just died and that's it. Like it was the purpose of all of it was her detaching the authority part from Celestia so Nouvelle could get it back. And she did that by deeming Celestia guilty. So that's how um again Nouvelle got the authority, became full sovereign, and why Celestia can't put another Hydro Archon. So, with all of that being said, with the live stream, there's there's a lot of interesting parts. Um, like the Fatui infiltrating Sumeru City, infiltrating the deserts of Sumeru, where Apep is also at. Because you could tell by the ruins that's like going, like you're heading towards Apep. Um, um, and then with Dottore and Pantalone talking about the heavenly principles, especially Pantalone, his sayings were more interesting than Dottore. Because with Dottore, we already know where his head is at. But with Pantalone, with him, he brought up a very interesting point, which honestly I haven't put too much thought into because I feel like it's just gonna go nowhere because that's not gonna be the case. I think it will. Let me just say it before I go too off and then confuse the hell out of myself. So there was a part that he mentioned that the heavenly principles don't know anything and they just have folly ideas. completely agree with. These guys know nothing. I've been saying that since, you know, a while. Well, not since a while, but I've been saying it for a while. Ever since, um, like a little before the update when Dottore became like the three moons and Calabina became the real three moons, the tribunal moon. Around that time, I've been saying that the heavenly principles had absolutely no power and no knowledge. These guys are just they're like false gods or false creator, if you will, because they don't do anything. Which I was right if you literally watched the No Cult trailer, which we're gonna get into that after. But but yeah, so when Pantalone was saying all of that stuff, I was agreeing with him. But then he brought up an interesting point that with all this deceiving, I'm just kind of like paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact words. But with all this deceiving that the Heavenly Principles is doing, what what would happen to Tevet, if you will, if the seven archons get corrupted? And I never even really thought about that. And like I said, I don't. I even now that I'm saying it, I still don't put too much thought into it because I feel like it's just gonna be a rabbit hole that it's not gonna make sense to go into because the Traveler already changed so many things. So it's not like they can get corrupted, especially Shogun. Like if Shogun was still in her, whole eternity mindset, then most likely she would be corrupted. Fossilor is dead, so she can't get corrupted, obviously. Mavuka literally doesn't have to do the 500 War Abyss thing or sacrifice herself to Renova because the captain did that. Um, Nahida, well, no, not Nahida because there's stuff. Um, Zhongli, Zhongli is no, whatever happens will never affect him because that's also another thing. Which I've been saying this for a long time also, and I'm also gonna be right about that. That the reason why he's called Heaven's Star and he's always deemed like the golden child of Celestia is because of the contract he has with Celestia, especially Fanes. That during the time of war, and I'm talking like cataclysm level type of war, like Conria Cataclysm, when Nubalon came, stuff like that, that Zhongli will ascend to Fane's position and he will win the war or attempt to win the war. And then after he'll just go back to, regular, broke Zhongli, if you will, or Rex Lapis, or Morax. But that's basically his contract with Celestia. But so yeah, him with the corruption thing. Actually, that won't even happen anymore either. Even if he break his contract, he will most likely probably die because he has no gnosis. But if he still does the contract or just some loophole type of thing, which he's been doing this whole entire time, um, and let's say that if Celestia was to do something, nothing will happen to him anyway. Because again, he doesn't have a gnosis. Gnosis is basically literally just like if you will. What Gnosis literally translates to the heart of gods. So, so for Zhongli, you know, it would be the Sarista's problem, not his problem. Which I'm also gonna talk about her later. Dude, there's like so much stuff just like running through my brain. I was not thinking into getting all of this. I was gonna start off with the Nicole trailer and then go from there, but I'm doing everything a little backwards. But it doesn't matter. I'm still gonna get to the Nicole trailer because I'm gonna prove to you I was right. Because they literally say it for themselves that the heavenly principles uh lied and they don't have power. But anyways, so yeah, so even if you know, uh, Celestia will intervene and punish the Archons or try to punish the Archons, Zhongli won't be quote unquote corrupted, if you will. Um, Again, I already explained Shogun. She's out of that whole eternity crap. Um, Mavuka doesn't have to do the war thing anymore, and she didn't sacrifice herself. Um, Kalabina is excluded. Nuvala is excluded. Nahida is excluded for now. I'm not gonna get into that one. Well, I am, but I want to finish my point first. My other points first. The Sarista. Honestly, I think the Sarista is gonna be the only one that gets corrupted by having all of those gnosis. Um, but I don't know if that's really gonna be a Celestia thing per se. I mean, maybe, I don't know. It definitely won't be from Fates because again, that guy literally has no power. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe she most likely will be corrupted, and she'll probably die more than likely. And then when she dies, love will be spread throughout all of Tibet, since she is, regardless of whatever, the goddess of love. But yeah. And then Venti, of course, nothing's gonna happen to him. The dude is the third descender. Like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen to him. Maybe he'll be the one to save the Sarista. Who the hell knows? Or probably be the Traveler with Venti's blessing, of course. But anyways, so yeah. So why did I even bring? Oh, cause Pantalone. Cause in the live stream, um, with the trailer for the quest for the next update that they show in the live stream also, um, he was talking about the heavenly principles as folly and that like what would happen if the seven got corrupted. So it made me, like I said, not too much because, as I just explained, it may makes no sense going into a rabbit hole because they won't get corrupted, as I, just said. Venti, third descender, nothing will happen to him. Shogun, won't face eternity because she's not in eternity, so that whole thing. Mavuka didn't die. Um, Calabino Nuvalet excluded. Zhongli doesn't have his gnosis. Um, yeah, etc., etc. Well, actually, just etc. Which would be the series stuff. But now for Nahida, I think she won't get corrupted. Well, she will get. Okay. I don't think she'll get corrupted in the sense of her, like, either like turning into like some abyss creature type of thing. Kind of like how the Pyro Archon, not Pyro Archon, the Pyro Dragon got corrupted by the abyss because the abyss, took its bones and, you know, basically rebirthed it. Um, so yeah, I don't think it's gonna be something like that with Nahida, but I will say this, which kind of also goes to my thing that I was talking about earlier about New Valette was able to gain authority because Faucilor deemed Celestia guilty in what they did to the dragons, and that's why New Valette gained authority, and why the Archon, the Hydra Archon seat is like forever broken. Nobody could sit at the throne again. So with Nahida, which I also said this in the last stream when I was talking about theories and whatnot. But with Nahida, with her, I think the Dendro Archon is also going to lose authority. And I think that's why, um, well, there's two things. Of course, Dottore trying to burn down the Irminsul tree. And that's why Nahida's little leaf thing is going to like discolor and turn brown. So like the leaf is basically dying. And actually, you know what? I could just show. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone who's gonna see this already knows what leaf I'm talking about. Actually, yeah. No, you can't see it right there. You can see a little piece of it, but that little tiny leaf right there on the side of her head. Um, yeah, that is gonna discolor and turn brown and basically like start dying off. So I think that uh, yeah, I think that the reason why that's gonna happen is because two things. Again, of course, Irminsul gonna burn down. But if it don't burn down, then it would definitely be because of the other reason. And even if it does burn down, I think the other reason still might hold more weight than just Irminsul burning down. But I think the other reason is she's going to lose her archonship. And I think Apep is going to have full authority. Because if you remember, in actually, you know what? Hold on. How do you? Because I'm gonna literally just show you the voice lines. No, this is not it. No, where the hell is it? Oh wait, is it travel? Yes, it is. Because in Sumeru, or Sumeru, as I've always been saying Sumeru, Sumeru is just fancy. Um, I'm just trying to see where it has Dottore and Nahida. Because I want to just show you the voice line. Because even though everyone remembers it, because that was literally the first time um, in an Archon quest. Because technically, the first time was in one of the first events when the game first came out with Mo. I didn't play it, and I did see it, but I saw it so long ago, and it was like Fischl, of course, the Traveler, Mona, and you also saw Wanderer when he was in the Fatui. That was the first time they met. And I believe Wanderer mentioned that there was a false sky, but that wasn't a Archon mission. It was some event that I can't remember. I don't know if it was that Klee event with like the summer thing. I really don't remember. But anyways, that was technically the first time they mentioned it. But in an Archon quest setting, the first time that it was mentioned was Dottore talking to Nahida, and they were trying to do a deal because he wanted the Electronosis and the Dendronosis, and um, that's what she also told him about the segments to destroy it, and Dottore told Nahida a secret, and the secret was that the sky was false. And she looked at like so surprised because obviously she didn't know that. Which at that time didn't make sense because she was the goddess of wisdom, so she should have known it. But obviously in current times, all that stuff does make sense because we know the heavenly principles just lied about everything. And so yeah, so during that whole discussion, that was the first time that they mentioned it. And the last time I was talking about um like how Nahida is gonna lose her archonship and Apep could regain sovereign is she finds out the forbidden truth. And since the forbidden truth is literally the actual truth and not quote unquote wisdom that she has, which is just quote unquote wisdom that Fanes, gave out to people, or the heavenly principles. Whew, I had to burp, excuse me. um, yeah, and since the forbidden truth is completely different from the quote unquote wisdom and it's the actual truth, then if Nahida finds out everything, then that will be her separating herself from Celestia. Therefore, it will be breaking the Archonship, if that makes sense. Because remember, with every Archon, they're a god of something specific. So Venti, Freedom, Morax, Contracts, um, Fossilor, Justice, and etc. etc. So if they go against their fate, if you will, like quote unquote fate, um, then it will break the bond between them and Celestia because now they're no longer doing what they're supposed to do, if that makes sense. It's literally exactly what I said before, like with Fossilor. That Fossilor was able to break her bond with Celestia by using their own rules against themselves. So, the god of justice deeming Celestia guilty and giving justice to Nouvellette, therefore broke the bond. She died. Nouvellette was full authority, and there could never be another Hydra Archon. So, with Nahida, since she's wisdom, for her, she has to break quote unquote wisdom, find out the truth, which would be forbidden truth, and now that she will know everything, that would break the bond between the Dendro Archonship and Celestia's Archonship. Because now there will be no more wisdom, if that makes sense. So that's exactly what I think is going to happen. And I think because of that, not necessarily the burning of Irminsul, because honestly, Irminsul might not even burn. But I'm like 90% sure it probably will burn. Especially with unfortunate leaks that I saw about some story things. I hope they were false. Though I hope they change some of that stuff. But anyways, I'm not gonna go through all of that. But but yeah, so yes, I do think obviously that would be a part of it because that little leaf thing is a part of Irminsul. But I think it's more of the Dendro Archonship, with that detaching itself from Celestia, and that bond is no longer there. I think that's what is gonna destroy the little leaf in her hair, not necessarily Irminsul burning down. So that's what I think is gonna happen. And like I said, we already got a little glimpse of her finding out the actual truth and not quote unquote wisdom that Celestia, you know, gave to her because she's the goddess of wisdom or god of wisdom. Say correct. Um, but yeah, I wanna show. Actually, it might even. It's probably right here. Okay, it might be the middle one. Yeah, it might be this. Oh, now that I see these names, I don't know why this reminded me of that, but I saw in Star Rail that supposedly after Nihilux comes out, which would probably be, I don't know. I feel like they're probably gonna do solo runs for a while. Because Blade is the only new character in the next update. After that, maybe will be Himiko, or maybe it'll be Nihilux. But more than likely, probably Himiko. Because apparently there's already artwork out there of her SP look, which that's kind of crazy. But and I saw it on Hoyo Lab again. Dude, I've been seeing a whole bunch of stuff on Hoyo Lab, which I'm very surprised that these guys are not getting banned. Like, what the hell? But anyways, that's a whole different subject. Um, dude, I'm telling you, there's a connection to Adrilla. Because she looks a lot like Argenti. But with her look, with Argenti, it looks like Argenti is like a soldier to Himiko, if that makes sense. Because Himiko looks more like a queen-like aesthetic, but kind of like a queen that's like that like goes to war, if you will. So almost like a Knight of Beauty type of armor, but just without all the armor per se. If you see it, you know what I mean. It's a little weird to explain. But anyways, yeah, I'm telling you, there's a connection right there. But anyways, that's not the whole point. The point of me even saying all of that is because when I was looking at that and I was reading the comments, um, there were some people saying that it's gonna be uh Blade is gonna be the only new character in the next one. After that, it will be Himiko will only be the new one. After that, it will only be Nihilux, and then after that, there's supposed to be a double, and one of the people that's supposed to be playable is actually an NPC. So, if that is true, I wonder what NPC character they're gonna make playable. I really, really wonder. Because you got quite a few people. The obvious Screwlum, which I cannot believe he's still not playable. Um, and Kachiba or Kachiba, whatever it is. No, it is Kachiba. After she, approached Pearl on the IPC's true intentions, which is crazy that she did that. I wonder who the hell she is. Because I don't think Kachiba is IPC. If she is IPC, she'll probably be with like Oswaldo. That actually makes sense. Because we are supposed to go to Pierre Point. And Pierre Point is where Oswaldo stays at. And not the Bounty Rangers, the Galaxy Rangers are still supposed to make an appearance. So maybe that's exactly what it is. Kachiba is like Oswaldo's like personal, I don't know, assassin or some crap. But anyways, she could be playable. Screwlum, um, Mr. Rika, um, I can't think of anyone else. Cause there's other people like we've interacted with or like talked to, but we haven't seen the NPC model. like Stephen Lloyd or Stephen Lloyd, whatever the hell. Um, which I still think he is going to be playable regardless. But we didn't see his NPC model yet. But yeah, it was just really really interesting to see. Even Himiko's father, even though I think he's gonna be a villain at the end. But you never know, man. Maybe he could be playable. It's just really making me wonder if that leak is actually true. That if they are turning an NPC character playable, and if they do that, I wonder if they will do it to more characters, like in the future. So let's say it is Screwlum, right? But then, like they'll make Reika still playable. They'll make Kachiba playable, like after. So I don't know, because that will be the first time they ever done something like that in Star Rail. In Genshin, the first one was Skirk. Skirk was just an NPC model. And then obviously she became playable. And dude, I wonder who the character is gonna be this year. Cause they made like no type of announcements on like who won the poll from the poll from last year. Cause there was a voting poll. I believe he chose like five five characters, I think. No, I don't know, maybe five through 10, something like that, of NPC characters you would like to see be playable. And it had like the captain, Shabalanque, um, that girl in the Sumeru quest with the Aranaro thing, that she got the Dendro vision at the end. She was in it. Um, um, the Captain Shabalanque, I've already said those. I'm just re-saying it. Captain Shabalanque, that girl, um, oh, Jet, um, which she's supposed to make an appearance in the next update. Um, even, this was a gigantic surprise, because how would they make that girl playable? Out of all the people that they had in the like voting poll, how are they gonna make that girl playable? The one, hold on, no, it's not. Um, cause it's the one that Dia protects. I don't know her name, like Dunazard or something like that. Dunazard. I know it starts with a D. And I know that Dia. Oh yeah, there you go, right there. D Dun Dunazard, Dunyazard, or whatever the hell that girl's name is. Her. Okay, I don't know why did it go all the way back up. But oh, but yeah, I wonder if I wonder if she somehow miraculously wins, which would be insane, like literally insane, because all the other people like make some sort of sense. Because like I said again, I'm trying to remember as much as I can. That girl with the R&R thing that get the Dendro vision at the end. Again, Captain Shabalake, Apep, um, uh, dude, there was like so many people. Why I can't remember all of them? I remember people from before. Oh, I believe the Goddess of Flowers was also one of the people that you could have voted for. I Deshret. Now it's starting to come back to me. Deshret, the Goddess of Flowers. Um, they even had the other Yaksha. Um, damn, what was their name? Fuck, I forgot their name. Um, because it's actually the one that you fight in the abyss. Um, or in the chasm, which is same crap. Um, Boricious, him. Um, um, Madam Ping. Even that girl, Zhongli's wife, basically. I forgot her name. Starts with a G. Guazhang, something like that. They had her. Um, I think they also had Ruka Devada, which that one, that one is actually in the same boat as Dunya Zard. How would them two, even though Dunya Zard a little more, like how the hell would she become playable? But Ruka Devada is an amazing one. How the hell would she be playable? But yeah, anyways, so that list, because there was a one the previous year before, like the captain and the one, all the names I just said. There was another one before that, and some of the names were also in that one. Like I believe Ruka Devada. I think Jet was also in it. Um, and some other people I can't think of right now. And Skirk was one of them. And Skirk won the poll, so that's why she became playable last year. And when she was becoming playable, that's when they did another list of who should be playable. And I believe again it was like 5 or 10. It was like around there that you could choose. But yeah, like I said, like nothing, there was like nothing with that poll. Like we don't even know who won. Cause at least with the one 2 years ago, we kind of knew that Skirk won because that's when they did that shadow thing. Like the silhouettes of playable characters for the rest of that year. Excuse me. Yeah. So we kind of knew that Skirk won because again the silhouette thing of all the playable characters for the rest of that year, which was like Vanessa, Eon San, Skirk, of course. Emily Anefa wasn't in the silhouette, but she was a new character. Um, and then the other people I can't think of right now. But this year, none of the people was on the list so far that we was voting for. So I don't even know like who won the poll. Because the last person now, because it was Varka, Lohan, Nicole, Prune, um, Linnea, I can't even remember the people that came out. Well, the people that came out when they did the silhouette this year: Varka, Nicole, Lohan, Prune, Linnea. Was Zybao also a part of it? Or was Zybao before the silhouette? No, I think she was before the silhouette. Or maybe she was in the silhouette. I honestly don't remember. But anyways, there was one person that we have literally no idea because we haven't seen them. But like in the reflection in the water, we do see legs. So we know that there is a person there. So I don't know if that person is maybe going to be the winner of the poll who won last year, which I like literally have like no idea who the hell it could be. And if it's not, let's say if it is Sandrone, she wasn't on the poll. So again, who the hell? Like I don't know. I really don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah. Um, bro, I was doing I was doing all of this because I wanted to show you that Nahida already basically kind of she already started to separate herself a little bit between herself and the heavenly principles because Dottore started it when he told her that the sky was fake. I want to like literally show you exactly what I mean. Dude, where the hell is this shit? Oh, maybe it's this one. Oh, I think it is probably this one. Maybe. Nope. No. Bro, why the hell can I not remember this shit? I'm just gonna end up probably going through every single one of them, which is fine. It should not be that hard, because it will literally say Dottore. And that's when they were talking to each other. Oh, is this? No, no, this is not it. This is the the flashback between Dottore's clone and people who was like connected to Wanderer before he joined the Fatui. Because then this shows that Dottore's clone was the reason for like the damage in that like area. Oh, now that I'm seeing all of this stuff, I I'm still trying to figure out how the hell did the Tory clone get into the Temple of Space? Because when you first go to the Statue of the Seven in Dormantport, you see Escher, and then when you go inside the Temple of Space, you see Escher a couple more times, and then you go to um some place and it looked like he was like imprisoned there. But then he like somehow got like free or something. It's like I don't even know how the hell did this guy manage to do all that. But it is Dottore. And for the longest time I've also been saying basically around the exact same time when I first started this whole Dottore, against the heavenly principles and whatnot, and the heavenly principles being false and all that stuff. Because it was also, not to sidetrack, which hopefully I won't, but it was also during that time when everybody was saying that the heavenly principles is AI because of the traveler's outfit description. Like, what? I can't believe people still said that. It's so funny how many theories that just people just come up with. Well, including myself. So I'm not like saying it in a bad way, but I would say it's funny how people could say a theory and like change it like literally like every single month. That I don't do. Because I did have like quite a few heavily principled stuff before. Like even like Nubelong. Like I thought Nubelong like created three moons and three suns because that's probably how he was created. Like something above him created Nubelong, Fanes, and Zhongli, and then there will be three moons that kind of like coexist with those three suns. And then, there was a whole big thing. But that's not the case anymore. Obviously, something did create Fanes and Nubelong, which I don't know if it's the same person. Um, but that's entirely different. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Maybe I'll do that when I do the quest next week. depending on what information is revealed to us, which better be a lot. I have extremely high expectations. Extremely high. But but yeah. So anyways, during that whole time that everyone was saying that Heavenly Principles was AI, which was literally dumb. I was saying that the Dottore was probably already connected to Irminsul this whole entire time by using the Wanderer to go into the abyss and to also go into the Irminsul tree and like tamper with stuff. That he was able, from his present, create segments using Irminsul branches and going back in time, if that makes sense. So I don't think it was like I don't want to make it so confusing. Cause that's the thing. This whole like time loop and time travel and all this stuff it makes stuff like a little bit confusing. Dude, that quest with the traveler and the sibling with the keys to the spaceship and that little Osmode, well, not Osmode, but technically she was there because we saw the star thing with that little space that Isharov created with that Conrier girl. Dude, that like made everything so complicated. But anyways, so with Dottore, I think so. Like during the time that Escher went to Imazuma and did what he did, I don't think it was during that time that the doctor made those clones. I think the doctor made clones in the quote unquote future, which will probably be like around current event or not event, current Archon quests now, if that makes sense. So like, just like for an example, like, because I don't the time period I'm not exactly sure because Armored Soul just works different, of obviously. Um, so I'll just say it as just like some example. So like in the next quest, right? Like in the next quest, like if we see Dottore standing in front of the tree doing some like experiment type of thing, that's probably when he made those clones. And then since he made the clones out of the Irminsul branches, just like how um, Wanderer is also a part of Irminsul with the because he's a Conrian puppet, and that puppet is an Irminsul branch, if you will. Um, I believe Dottore does it like currently now, and then sent the segments into the past. So it makes it seem like Escher was built like 500 like years ago. Like you see what I'm getting at? Hopefully that made sense. That's how I think he made his clones. And there's also something with Wanderer, which I'll check after this. Um, that actually kind of makes me think about that more. But let me finally see if I can see this damn voice line, man. This is like driving me crazy. I don't know where this thing is at. Is this just like not recorded inside this thing? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go through every single Sumeru Sumeru quest. I'm trying to see the part when these guys are having a conversation between the both of them. Where in the hell, bro? Where is this? Wait a minute. Oh, this is Nicole. Why is it in question marks? Shouldn't it be in Nicole's name? Now that we know it was Nicole who was talking to us? Anyways, that doesn't matter. Definitely it's not that. That's the Conria quest. Did I go through all of them? Of this? I think I did the first one, right? Yes, Naya. Oh, now that I see that. Um, I mean, might as well just talk a little bit about Chesnaya. Um, I mean, it's not that much stuff anyway. Oh, but I will say, dude, my theory about Chesnaya being hidden in the abyss, I think that's gonna be right. Because in the ending of the live stream, when they showed the little Chesnaya like clip, there was multiple parts that the traveler was interacting with the world and the world was changing and it was going into the abyss. And that was all happening when he was using his ice powers. So I think I'm literally right about Shesnaya being hidden in the abyss. But other than that, um, when he was walking in the train station with the that rifle, that was pretty cool. Um, also, fighting that I don't know what type of enemy that thing is supposed to be. Some weird werewolf minotaur type of thing. That was actually also pretty cool. And we saw the first Shaznayan playable character. Um, but we don't know who the hell that person is. But they're in a electric pole arm because their vision is electric or electro, same thing. And they have mint hair. Man, they're really going all the way with mint hair. Dottore, well, he's always been mint hair, but you know he's been um, appearing a lot, and then Lohan, and then the first Shesnayan character also has mint hair, which might be a dude, but I don't know. And then they showed the statue of the Seven for Shesnaya also, and it shows her sitting down with like a wand, and she's like holding something in her hand, and her other hand, I don't know what it is, some type of like ball thing, but I can't really tell. Um, I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, she had the ears, but I mean, we all should have already known that by now because she's literally a fae. So, oh, speaking of faes, I haven't been watching a lot of theory videos, which I should because they're like gonna start to pile up. But and also I kind of just been watching a whole bunch of random stuff because I haven't honestly I haven't been playing as much as I wanted to really. I'll play like little here and there, but I've just been mostly just watching things, so I've just been busy with other stuff. But anyways, that's I'm not gonna like go through my whole entire, you know, life's troubles right now. um, I did see a post about about um about the live stream, and at the ending, because it was a pretty long post, because the person wrote like, a whole entire thing, which it was pretty good. Um, but at the ending of the post, the guy mentioned that he thinks because in the first Genshin trailer, the one that Danslip is talking about, Danslip mentions that Shesnaya is like a nation that the goddess of love has no longer love for her people. And the person who made the post came out and said that he thinks that the love that the Sarista lost for her people is not the Shesnayan people. It's actually the fake kind. And that actually makes so much sense that I actually kind of agree with him. I think that's exactly what Dan Slip was talking about. I think it was her love for the Fae people because she lost the third descender, she lost her father. The Faes were basically, almost like wiped out, just like the Hyperboreans were wiped out. And then the surviving phase, like all spread it out. They left the land. Um, so she basically like literally lost like everything. And besides the phase staying together and fighting back against Celestia or the Abyss or both, like how the King of the Phase was fighting both. But that's a rabbit hole I'm not gonna go into right now. Um, but yeah, besides everyone staying together and keep on like continuing the fight, they basically all just like disappeared. So to her, since she's the goddess of love and everybody left her, then it would just be seen as like betrayal. So then it will make sense for her to not have love for her own people, and her own people will be fays because she is a fae herself. So it's not the regular Chesnaian people, which, like I said, that makes 100% sense because now that I'm actually saying this, that I think that's exactly what it is. Because in Cesnaya, current Cesnaya, Fays are basically kind of like the outlaws, if you will. And regular humans, like Child and other people, like Child, well, Child is a little more special, but just like regular like humans that like live like within Cesnaya. And then, she has the Harbingers. None of the Harbingers are Fays. Um, if there is one, it will probably be that big nose dude, but that doesn't make sense because he's from Fontaine, so I don't think he's a Fae. Even though honestly it doesn't matter because Fays went through everywhere and they adapted to their new living environment. And I'm pretty sure Angel helped them adapt to the area. I went through that theory so many times. I'm not gonna do that right now also. Um, but yeah, so yeah, like everything in current Cesnaya has like nothing to do with like phase. So I think that's literally what it is. And even though she is cold to her own people, well, to the people of Chesnaya, again, like the regular humans, if you will, or civilians, um, she does still have like the Kreshnik torch, I think is called. So it's like, you know, like everybody is still like being able to like live within Chesnaya. So if she had no love for her people and her people was considered the civilians of Chesnaya, then she wouldn't have like fire stuff set up for these guys to like stay warm and be able to live in Chesnaya. Like you see what I'm getting at? Like it doesn't make sense. But if in the trailer when Dancef was talking about no love for her own people was referring to the phase, that makes 100% more sense. Because again, like I said, these guys are basically just like outlawed out. So, but yeah, no, that's also another thing. I'm gonna go look at that guy. I think it's called like Kreshnik Torch or some crap like that. Cause Columbina talks about it. Dude, where the hell is this Dottore thing, man? My God, this is taking forever. Jeez. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Greater Lord Mukhtavana. This is driving me crazy. Where the hell is this? But honestly, I'm about to just look this thing up and just play it like through the audio. Ay, ay, ay. It should literally be here. Okay, I'm just gonna play it through the audio. Because this is so stupid. Let me just. So, I have to hear that music. Okay. Dottore says sky. It's fake. Nope. That's just it.
And where is your dendronosis?
Don't be greedy, Harbinger.
Another chess.
Hold on.
Peace. And where is your dendronosis?
Don't be greedy, Harbinger of Snezhnaya.
Then let's think of it this way. Since you're the god of wisdom, how about I exchange some knowledge with you?
People exchanging knowledge with the god of wisdom is the stuff of legends. Yet here you wish to exchange knowledge for the god of wisdom's property. Arrogant as that is, it has piqued my interest.
Let me ask you, have you in all your mighty knowledge ever heard the rumor that the skies of Tevat are fake? That's the secret hidden by Irminsul concerning the truth of this world. Once I finish telling you about this, it will be time for me to say goodbye.
Your arrogance may know no bounds, and convictions may mean nothing to you. But I'll still listen to what you have to say.
Another
Yeah. So that was the first time that she learned the actual truth of the world. So I think that right there basically planted the seed, if you will, for her to start breaking apart the bond between the Dendro Archonship and Celestia. Because now it's no longer wisdom that she has, it's the truth. I know, it sounds very all confusing, but and all this stuff, it all adds up. Okay, now for this. Okay. Actually. Uh, but yeah, right there. In fact, it is home to quite a wondrous heat source. I think they call it Kreshnik's torch. Every city in Sesnaya is built around one of those. See? So if the no love for her people would have included the citizens, then it would not she would not have that stuff built around the like torches. It doesn't make sense. But again, like I said for the thousandth time already, if the trailer was referring to the phase, like literally her own people, which would be phase, that makes more sense. But yeah, and then hold on, let me go to. Let me do this real quick. I don't know if maybe it wasn't this. 'Cause he mentioned something. I think it was one of these. Don't remember which one it was though. I'm gonna just skim through these things real quick. Cause I want to show you the part where it talks about like the puppets. Cause when I read that, it like made me wonder that he didn't create the puppets in the past because he didn't have like the equipment to create the puppets. But if he did it in the quote unquote future, which would be our present day in terms of, like the Ark Conquest, and if he built it now and then sent it through Irminsul, then those segments were able to appear in the past. And now that I say that, it would actually make a lot of sense that it didn't bother Dottore as much as it should have when he destroyed the other segments, when he did the deal with Nahida. Because it really didn't seem like it bothered him, and it should have, because creating something like that is literally like a once in a lifetime type of thing. But by the time he already met Nahida, he should have already had all the information that he needed. So for him to destroy it really didn't mean much. Or he like destroyed it, but then since again he could do stuff through Irminsul, he probably just like remade them, if you will, and just sent them into a distant future, and then could like retrieve them back. I don't know. That's just like more kind of like further, out just thinking random stuff. But um actually, what it hold on, is it this? No, it's not that one. Okay. What was it? Oh, I was up to 3. Okay. Oh, I think this is when it talks about the segments. Yeah, yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Because now it's talking about the doctor doing experiments, puppet making techniques, their roots in Conria. The doctor was fascinated by this field of study and using the Wanderer as a foundational blueprint, would perform research and experiments for several decades before finally attaining the skills that will go on. Yeah, see, and you see right there, right there. It makes no sense. How was Escher? Because Escher is a segment, and Escher was in Imazuma, uh, doing whatever it did, and then that whole furnace area place was destroyed, and the rest was history. And then Wanderer came out of that place, and like I said, the rest was history. So, but that that literally right there shows that it made no sense how he quote unquote made segments before. That's what I'm telling you. I think he made the segments in the quote unquote future and then was able to send it through Irminsul, so then they were able to go into the past and like manipulate situations. That's literally the only like logical answer for this to make sense. Because it says it right there. I don't want to read so far up. I'll just start right there. A stranger named the Doctor would welcome him warmly in this frigid northern land, inviting the Wanderer to be the key reference material in his experiments, his grand research project. Puppet making techniques had their roots in Conria, and his nature as a creation of the Electro Archon made him all the more special. The Doctor was fascinated by this field of study, and using the Wanderer as a foundational blueprint, would perform research and experiments for several decades before finally attaining the techniques that would go on to form the basis for his segments. So the only reason why he was able to create the segments was because the Wanderer came to him, or the Jester, basically manipulated, if you will, the Wanderer to go to the Doctor, because that's kind of what happened. But anyways, um, yeah, so that's how the segments were made. So again, it makes absolutely no sense that Escher was like created from before. It's literally impossible. It's literally impossible. But like I said, I already have an answer for it. Is because when he did all of this, he sent them through Irminsul so they were able to go backwards in time. And that's how Escher was able to do what Escher did. But yeah, see? So the Doctor made it in the future and it was sent into the past. But yeah, you see, man, all I'm telling you, all this stuff just adds up, man. Everything adds up. It all adds up. Um. Oh, actually, okay. Now, hold on. Let's go. Well, now let's go. Let's talk about the Nicole trailer because I've been saying it for a while now. I've been saying it. I've been saying it, and I'm absolutely right. I was absolutely right 100%. And it all started with the descender theory. That each descender is someone that represents someone biblically of people who came to Earth or around Earth, which Lucifer, first descender, which is Fangs, then Michael, which is Nubalon, when Nubalon came back with the Abyss, then the third one, Gabriel, and it should be pre-Venti before he turned into, the Venti that we see now. Because, again, that's not his normal form. That's his friend. And then the fourth one would be Jesus, which is the Traveler. So, I'm not gonna go through that whole entire thing because that's gonna. Well, I probably will go through a little bit so I could talk about the Conrail thing. But that's basically what it is. And if Descenders represent stuff biblically, then their stories will also represent some stuff biblically. And for the first Descender, Thames, which would be Lucifer, Lucifer just deceives, doesn't have any real power. And with Thames, it's the exact same thing. That's why when Thames quote unquote creates stuff, it's literally the same exact stuff that was already established in Tibet because he cannot create anything. He has no power at all. He's just like a false god. That's literally what Thames is. Just a false god. So, and I'll give some examples of actually I could probably give all the examples that I could think of him just quote unquote creating stuff, which was literally the same stuff that was already in Tibet. So the seven archons is a copy of the seven dragons. Him being creator of everything is just copying Nubalong. The shades are copies of the three moons. The angels are copies of moon emissaries. Irminsul is a copy of the sample mill device. Let's see what else. Celestia Nail is a copy of this thing. Well, it's no longer there right now because I already did it. But that up there, that cannon thing, because when you do, hold on, let me just get someone with a bow real quick.
The breeze is restless.
When you do this quest and that quest all the way over there, with that floating eye thing, you defeat it and then the eye goes here into the pillar, and then you come over here and then shoot the cannon and it shoots an arrow and it destroys this thing over here, the abyssal corruption. And that's literally the same exact thing that a celestial nail does. A celestial nail is sent down from Celestia and it destroys the whole entire area and like purifies the abyssal corruption. And that cannon literally does the exact same thing. It shoots and then it destroys everything and it purifies the abyssal corruption. So literally everything is just a copy. There's nothing like new that this guy like did. Even which I haven't figured out yet. I am gonna figure it out, but I haven't figured it out yet. Even the whole thing with like the body and soul. Like someone would die, then they will go into Irminsul, a branch would grow, the leaf would grow, then it would drop down, then it will go like into the roots and then back into the Irminsul tree. So kind of like just like a cycle. But that would be the body part. And then the soul will be like the constellations in the sky. Um, I don't know what will be the previous version of that. I haven't figured that out yet. But like I said, since Fanes literally has no type of power at all, then I'm pretty sure that stuff was also just copied. But I really don't know. That's the thing, we don't really know. I mean, we know stuff, but we don't know. I feel like we don't know as much as we should know from um, pre-primordial one or Fanes, the same thing. I do kind of wonder. Um, if someone did die, well, it would probably just be like connected to the whole phlogiston thing, right? And besides, they were also dragons, so they could just rebirth. But I'm pretty sure, again, also that was connected to like phlogiston and like the light realm and dark realm. Oh, speaking of light realm and dark realm, um, even like the whole like visions and gnosis and all that stuff. Even with that, but not really gnosis because they were made from the bones of the third descender. But just the fact that the bones of the third descender is kind of like half the authority of like Celestia, and then the other half is like you know the duty, if you will. This is still like the same thing, just like the seven dragons. So again, basically everything is still being copied and is still the same. So yeah, literally nothing these guys Fanes did was actually original. Because again, no power. Oh, and also, which okay, not to go too, because it gets a little, uh, gets a little, tricky, if you will. So I need to kind of like word it correctly. Because, I'm not trying to like start anything. That's the last thing I need. But anyways, so with cause this also still connects to Fanes, um, and I'll get into it. Cause in the last stream I also talked about that I don't believe that there actually is siblings, and I'll explain why here also again. I'll like re-say it. So with Fanes and his leadership, it's like more of like a Gnostic. Um, Actually, I'm not gonna even say Gnostic Christianity, because this I'm just gonna say demonology, because that's literally just what it is. But if you want to be technical, I guess it's like England Gnostic Christianity, which that's literally basically translates to demonology. But anyways, that's basically what Fanes kinda is, and what he translates to. Again, it's kind of solidifying that he represents Lucifer. But like Renova, and then the Archon's real names like Barbados, Fossilor, excuse me, um, Morax, Bezabul, uh, and I forgot Matvukas. I know it starts with an H. Oh, and then you got like Nahidas, which is Boer. So all that stuff is like demonology names. And even Paimon, which I'll get to that later. Um, but yeah, so in demonology, especially certain demonology stuff, like in some Jewish um, demonology type things, but that's more like I forgot what's the proper name for it, but it's almost like the Jewish version of like a Gnostic Christianity, because they believe in well, not the normal Judaism faith, because that's completely different from like the demon stuff, which again I still cannot remember the damn name for it. um Ugh, I don't remember. But anyways, in the other thing, almost like the Gnostic version of Judaism, which is like Lilith and oh my god, I can't remember the other people. But anyways, it like includes Lilith, and they say that Jesus is the devil, which is crazy. And stuff like that. So with that being said, okay, stay with me. So we know the primordial one represents Lucifer, and then because that's the first descender, Then the fourth descender represents Jesus, which is the traveler. And the primordial one, did all this overthrowing, or quote unquote overthrowing, because I believe they just used the spaceship. Um, and that was kind of like their quote unquote source of power, using the spaceship. Because the spaceship, they can like change. Actually, let me just show you. They can change like atmospheres and all that stuff. Yeah, right there in the middle. Lithosphere, atmosphere, biosphere, reshaping terrain, adjusting the air, building an ecosystem, all that stuff. So we know the primordial one was able to do that by using the spaceship. So again, as I was gonna say, since the primordial one doesn't have true power, I believe it just duplicated the Traveler, which made the Abyss sibling, and then with the Abyss sibling, that is what makes the primordial one actually have power. And then in that sense, the whole Gnostic like Christianity stuff and the Gnostic Judaism, if you will, then that would represent the primordial one pretending to be this like a sibling of the Traveler, or a literal, like the literal saint of the Traveler, if that also makes sense. That's why they're quote unquote twins, but they're really not twins. Because there's only one of them, and the other one is a clone of the actual Traveler. So in that sense, it will kind of represent that the devil is pretending to be like Jesus, or the devil is Jesus. I know it sounds very confusing and kind of out there, but I also think that's why it truly doesn't matter who you pick as your main character. And why I also think for the constellations, they're literally just the opposite of each other. So if you pick Lu Ming, obviously that's the Traveler, and the Ether will be the Abyss sibling. But if you pick Ether as the Traveler, then she will be the Abyss sibling. So in that sense, if the developers are right, it doesn't matter who you pick, because one of them is the real one, and the other one is just a copy from the spaceship by the primordial one, pretending to be the savior. So yeah, that's basically just what I think. And that kind of ties into the whole Gnostic Christianity, Gnostic Judaism thing that is out there. And it also shows that the whole Conria situation, which also a little hard to grasp, I guess, if you're not too knowledgeable. I mean, I'm myself not, I don't know everything. I know some things. And I'm also trying to phrase it in not such a crazy way. Because, you know, it is kind of crazy when you say it. That, there's people that believe that Jesus is the devil, which is insane. Especially I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Because it literally makes no sense for that to be a thing. I don't even understand the whole Gnostic thing in the first place. But it's out there, so whatever. But anyways, okay, so with Conria, I've been saying for a while now also that I don't think Conria is Norse mythology. At least not yet. Because I think Conria is supposed to represent Israel. And with okay, okay, I'm trying to again not make it so like a religious type of thing, because that's not what I'm trying to do. But this basically how like Genshin is. Actually, that's how all the Hoya first games is. There's always some form of like a religious story to it, even with Star Rail. And I'm pretty sure I figured it out also with Eilo, but I'm gonna get to that. So, anyways, um, so again, I think Conria is supposed to be Israel, and since Conria is a nation that don't believe in gods, yet they went and tampered with the abyss, and then basically, if you will, made it seem that they did believe in a god, but it was the abyss, then it got like all corrupted, and Conria had to be destroyed. Kind of the same thing that happened with Israel, in biblical times. And I'm not talking about current times now. In current times, that's a completely different subject that could be yapped about another time. But anyways, so in biblical times, they were freed from Egypt, then went through the desert for 40 years. I don't know how that equates to Conria. I guess you could say the 40 years part could be the first Conria dynasty, but I'm only talking about the Eclipse dynasty, so that part doesn't matter. But then when they went to the Promised Land, it was basically good, and then they started doing the same stuff that they were doing from before, and then, you know, they had to be punished for that. So with the Eclipse dynasty, I think it's basically almost the same thing. But with that, they're portraying quote unquote God as Phanes. And again, Phanes is pretending to be the god. That's why it's a duplicate of the Traveler. And well, the Abyss sibling is the duplicate of the Traveler, and the Abyss sibling went there, and then King Urban was gonna make um, the Abyss sibling prince, and then from there everything started falling apart. So basically, with the Eclipse Dynasty Conria, they started breaking away from like their own rules of not following God to following a God and to tampering with the abyss, which would be like another form of a quote unquote God, if you will. So basically doing stuff that they're not supposed to. And then the cataclysm happened. And then since the abyss sibling wasn't there, went through that time space that Isharoth created with the key for the spaceship. Then Connery was just completely just like destroyed and whatnot. And I think that's why the abyss sibling feels like bad, because it was their duty. Because again, the abyss sibling, it's literally supposed to be the traveler, because it's an exact copy of the traveler. It's a let me show. It's literally like a mirror. It's exactly like this. Um, it's exactly like this. Like this. Like that scene right there. Like you look in the glass, and then you see the opposite gender, because you're literally one of the same. There's not two separate, completely different entities. It's just a carbon copy, just a different gender. That's literally what it is. So I think that's why we get that scene right there with the mirror. So, anyways, as I was saying, with the Abyss sibling, um, since they're like a copy of the Traveler, and they're supposed to like quote unquote save everything, then that's why they feel guilt with Conria, and that's why they're doing the stuff that they're doing now. That they're like tampering with Irminsul, well, like through the ley lines, which the ley lines connect to Irminsul, so it's the same thing. Then they did the field teller thing with the eye from the Ruin Guard. And then at the end, when the Abyss sibling activated the Fate of Atlas, and then, they gonna make a new Conria, and then Dan Slip's memories is gonna be built or be used to build the new Conria, which most likely will be a Mar Javara. So I think that's exactly what it is. Um, and there's probably like other like little questions here and there, which I mean that we just have to just wait to some stuff. Like if well, I mean I could probably already answer this. Like if the primordial one did go to the spaceship and then just create himself as a copy of the Traveler, and then go to a nation that didn't believe in a god, why did he do that in the first place? Very easy. To make it in a nation that does believe in a god. And that god would be himself, which would be the Abyss sibling. Very easy. But yeah, that's kind of just the whole entire thing. I know I was kind of like stumbling. Not, I mean, it might have seemed like stumbling, but I want to be careful in how I say certain things because I don't want it to be perceived in a certain way and make it seem like, you know, all people believe in this and all people do this and all people do that, or, you know, that God does this and that God. So, yeah, it's just, so, yeah. Every time I mention that stuff, I try to trade or tread cautiously. But that's just basically what I think it is. Connery is supposed to be the representation of Israel in biblical times, and Thanes is deceiving him, everyone, and even himself most likely, into believing he's the savior. So quote unquote Jesus, and then that also kind of represents the whole Gnostic thing, and the belief that Jesus is the devil, which is still crazy that I'm saying that. But yeah, that's just all of that. But yeah, so now that I said all of that and explained the whole Descender thing. Oh, actually, let me get to the Ragnarok part. Um, so because I forgot to go into because I did kind of like touched up on it before when I was in a rush, but now that I have time, I could kind of like thoroughly go through it. So, the reason I believe that Conria currently is not Norse and it's Israel is because with Norse mythology is like a Ragnarok and then like the starting like new after Ragnarok, which you could say that Cataclysm would be Ragnarok, but again, as I was just explaining before, with all the stuff, it being Israel and Israel being destroyed, the Promised Land being destroyed by betraying, you know, their beliefs and falling into, sin, if you will. And kind of the same thing like Conria falling into sin by learning the forbidden truth, which has to do with the abyss also, tampering with the abyss. And then I believe that they were also going to start believing in the abyss sibling as a god of, a nation that's not supposed to believe in a god. So again, that's what I think. So I don't think that's supposed to be Ragnarok. I think it's just the destruction of like biblical stuff or the equivalent of biblical stuff. Because that's also another thing with the Hoyoverse games. Everything is not literal, like 100%, like on the dot accurate, like, you know, 100% is gonna match each other. They take things and they put it in their game and it does match a lot, but then they put like their own spin on it. So, anyways, with that being said, I believe that when the Abyss sibling activated the fate of Atlas and recreates the new Conria, I think that Conria is gonna be the Norse mythology. And then from that you're gonna get like like Dance with like Danslif's like true mission, um, which I'm gonna get into that a little bit. Um, so yeah, with the new Conria being established and recreated and whatnot, it's gonna be different from what it was before, because now I don't think it's gonna be, the whole thing with like a nation without a god, because when it's gonna be built, it's gonna already have that kind of implemented into it, if that makes sense. So the Abyss sibling will basically automatically be like, if you will, the god of the new Conria. And then from that, I think that's gonna be the Norse mythology, you know, storyline. And then Conry, of course, is gonna go through another war, and I believe the Traveler and Danslif is gonna destroy that new Conria, and then that's gonna be like the Ragnarok. And then the story that Danslif says at the end of the trailer. Actually, you know what? Let me just. Well, not really story, but Jesus Christ, what the hell? Oh, that's a boxing thing. Some boxing thing just popped up. Hold on. Because I'm gonna just only play the end of it. I don't even remember what it's called. What, like, Prelude? Nope. Something else. I don't know. Trailer, I guess. Yeah, I just want to play the end of it. I believe it's right here. Yeah, it does start right here. Yeah, because this is after he talks about Shesnaya with no love for his or for her own people, which is most likely the Fae, not the citizens of Shesnaya. But yeah, this part I think is what's gonna be Ragnarok related. You see, because with this trailer, it's it's the stuff that the traveler does throughout their journey. So if he talks about Ragnarok like stuff and it's related to Conria like 500 years ago before the traveler goes on their journey, then that literally makes no sense. Because again, this trailer is what the traveler is going to do throughout their journey. So Conria being rebuilt and us going to Conria, and if there's Ragnarok related stuff, then that's what's it going to be. So that means the Eclipse Dynasty wasn't Norse mythology. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, alright. Let me play this last part.
Of a sheltered eternity, most are content to live and not to dream. But in the hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall, there are those who dream. Some say a few are chosen and the rest are dregs. But I say we humans have our humanity. We will defy this world with a power from beyond. Now, you who has set foot in this world, your journey has reached its end, but one final doorway remains. Step forth if you have understood the meaning of your journey. Defeat me, command me to step aside. Show me that you are worthier than I to rescue her. Then, the threads of all fate will be yours to reweave. My memory has all but faded completely, but I will always remember how much she too loved these flowers.
So yeah, with that, and then also the name of the Conrier chapter, The Dream Yet to Be Dreamed. It just does not make sense that Eclipse Dynasty represents the Norse mythology. I think it's literally supposed to be the new Conria that's going to be built that represents the Norse mythology. Because if we go to war again and then have to fight Danslif, and Danslif also is supposed to represent like the Ragnarok blade. Cause hold on, isn't this dude's weapon literally called like the Ragnarok blade, or the actual name Ragnarok blade, whatever the hell that shit is called. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so Danslip, the name itself, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the sword that he uses. But anyways, his name, Danslif, is notoriously cursed, bloodthirsty sword from Norse mythology, wielded by King Hogni in the eternal battle of I don't even know what the hell that means. Crafted by the dwarf Dane. This is the Norse history of Dangslif. The blade never misses its mark. Any wounds it inflicts can never be healed. According to the prose Vita, once the sword is drawn, you must take a life before it can be sheathed again. Ah, that actually kind of makes sense. That makes sense why his mission is to go after the 5 sinners. So he's supposed to kill all 5. Or deal with all 5. I still I'm not gonna even brainstorm that. That's gonna be a whole different topic. But I still wonder exactly how, or not really how, like who, like, what, just why him to go after the five sinners? I don't know. But anyways, I'm like I said, I'm just a completely different rabbit hole that I'm not gonna get into right now. The Eternal War. Hogni used it against King. I don't even know who abducted his daughter. The Curse of the Sword forced the armies to fight an endless cycle of war, where the dead would rise every night to battle again the next day. Again, that's ironic, because fights the abyss to get to the five sinners. Oh, also speaking of the five sinners, which is also obviously biblical, and they're not, if you will, bad people in the Bible. They're, if again, if you will, like chosen. Because I believe Horoptatir, I still haven't figured out the last two. But anyways, um, Horoptatir, I believe is Samson. That's why Horoptatir is called the Wise. Skirk's Master, I think, is no. Horoptatir is Solomon, not Samson. He's Solomon. Skirk's Master is Samson. Uh, Vetafonir is Daniel. I think, I think we still don't know too much about the Limbus, which honestly kind of irritates me because they never explained why her eyes was different from everyone else, despite being Crimson Moon Dynasty. But so I'm just gonna still stick with my theory that she was supposed to ascend to uh to the Blood Moon, but I really don't know. But anyways, if that is the case, then I believe Rerir is supposed to be David. And Daughter, I have no clue. She is the hardest one to figure out because she's also a Hexacircle witch. And my theory with the Hexacircle witches is people, like fairy tale related people. So I have no idea. And by the way, dude, I don't even know if I'm ever gonna be done with that thing. But at least I, did say it. And I was saying it for the longest time. So if it does end up being right, then I was right. I just couldn't figure out uh which is supposed to be which person from a fairy tale. But I'll get to it. I'm thinking Daughter might be connected to Snow White. That's what I'm thinking so far. But if that is the case, then the person who wrote the original Snow White story had to have based it someone biblical. And if that is the case, then I could just solve that right there. But, that would be research for another time. Um, Okay, now what is the stuff that's connected to Genshin? Oh, he holds the title of the Twilight Sword. Twilight Sword. Okay, now let me see. Is the Twilight Sword? Um, I believe that's the thing that's connected to the actual Ragnarok sword itself, is it not? Let me see. Harold has a Twilight sword due to his prowess. He is said to be capable of effortlessly defeating entire armies of enemies by himself. Yep. Something like almost the actual Ragnarok sword. What even is the actual Ragnarok sword called? Hold on. I'm probably not gonna even be able to pronounce it. But I just want to see the connection. Because it's not called Ragnarok. Because Ragnarok is literally the destruction of everything in Norse mythology. Ugh, dude. Okay, whatever. I can't find it. Oh, no, no, no. I know what to put. I know exactly what to put. Because, Sutor, it is the one who crafts the weapon. Oh, Sumar Brander. That's the weapon. And Sumar Brander. It's nicknamed Jack. Okay, why the hell is it nicknamed Jack? That's weird. A sentient magical sword. Um, it is prophesied that the sword will eventually be used by the fire giant Sutor to destroy the 9 worlds during Ragnarok. So I wonder if, which honestly I think that's gonna be the case. Because like I said earlier, I think the Traveler and Danslif is gonna destroy the new Conria. And that's gonna be the Ragnarok that we know. Or Norse mythology that we know. Oh, now that I say that, honestly, I really don't even have any thoughts or like theories. Not really thoughts, any theories, because this literally just popped in my head. Because I remember watching. Well, this was like a while ago. I remember watching a video from oh my god, I just had her name. The girl who's obsessed with dance lift. Oh, dude, I forgot her name. But anyways, her. Uh, cause she had a theory that Kaya was actually from the future. And then I know she re-talked about it when the Abyss sibling and the Traveler met, and the Abyss sibling activated the Atlas to create the new Conria. She re-talked about her theory that Kaya is from the future. So that makes me wonder if Kaya really is from the future. And if Kaya is from the future, how in the fuck did he go in the past? Like, what? And why? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. But anyways, like I said, that is just more of like a thought I was literally just thinking of after talking about all this like Ragnarok stuff and whatnot. I don't know. Cause I feel like there is a little bit some truth to it. But like how though? And what is the purpose of even being sent into the past? Cause dude, this guy don't do anything. like like we meet him in Mondstadt. He basically lies like 90% of the time. Uh, he suspiciously didn't show up for, you know, some stuff at the ending of the Mondstadt Archon quest. Which I don't know. Maybe he was doing dealings with the Abyss. Who the hell knows? Or the Abyss sibling. Um, and then nothing. And then he meets Danslif and Sumeru. They talk. That's pretty much it. And then, yeah, it's just like, I don't know, just like then just disappears. This guy is just I don't know what the hell he does. Like, I really don't know. And because I know she also said that she thinks he's a spy, but like to do what? Like if you're a spy, like what is your mission? Like what would his mission be? And again, I don't think she's necessarily wrong because I do kind of agree with it. But what is his mission? What is he spying on? What intel is he gathering? Is he supposed to make sure certain stuff is happening? But how do you even make sure certain stuff is happening if he has like such a small role? Like I don't know. It's I don't know. It's just weird. It's kind of throwing me off. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I don't know. Um. Oh, I forgot. Now that I see this. Let me do. Oh, before I get into the Nicole trailer, because this is very short anyway. Because I'm just gonna play it and I'm gonna see, and I'm just gonna say, "See, I told you, this guy never had power." And then I will yap about a little bit of stuff, and then I'll be done with Genshin. Then I'll just talk about Star Rail, and then Star Rail won't be that long, maybe. Who knows? But we'll see how that goes. Because I'm gonna start with Elio's script, and then I'll venture off into other things if necessary. But um, now that I'm looking for Nicole's trailer, and now that I see the Not Cry trailer, when it first showed like Alice and Nicole and Varka and the other people, what's another thing that I'm kind of unsatisfied, and I don't think we're gonna get the answered. Honestly, I don't even think we're probably gonna get it maybe for the rest of the year. Because in the next quest, I doubt we're gonna get that answer. Any other quests after that? No, because it could be Sandrone. Hopefully, Alice better come out soon also. And then whoever the hell this mystery poll person, or maybe they're not gonna pick someone who won in the poll, which that would be another issue. And then it would just be Sejnai and stuff. And then that would be a whole thing on its own. But in the Not Cry trailer at the end, when Alice had the paper and then it had the name of the three moons, and then because it was like a origami paper, and then she took it and did her magic thing, and then it was the name, and then Wanderer was walking away. In the reflection of the water, it showed the balladeer outfit. And they never explained why it showed that. 'Cause everything else in the trailer basically was explained. Why Columbina was being hunted from the Fatui, why she was weak. Uh, of course it took like the whole entire basically year, but like I just like all that stuff was eventually answered. Varka's true intentions, Nefer's connections, the names on the paper, which ended up being the three Moon Sisters. Like all a whole bunch of stuff in that trailer was answered, but they never answered why when Wanderer was walking away from Alice in the reflection of the water, it showed the balladeer outfit. I don't understand that. And like I said, I don't think they're gonna answer it in the next update. And if it's not answered in the next update, then it's not gonna be answered at all. Because there's just gonna be a whole bunch of other stuff. More important stuff, if you will. That's just gonna overshadow that. So I don't know. I'm like very confused. Cause I thought like obviously that's not the case because all those quests already came out and the Not Cry story ended. But I was thinking like is Dottore gonna like do something to Wander and try to revert him back or make a clone of him and I don't know. Or does Dottore remember Balladeer, which I thought that honestly, that's what I thought it was gonna be. Because especially in that same trailer, they kept on emphasizing that the reflection of the water was the truth. So I assumed that Dottore was gonna recognize Wanderer as Balladeer, and I was wrong. I was really wrong about that. But yeah, I wonder if he will recognize him now. But we just gotta wait and see. But yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't think they're gonna answer that, which kind of sucks. But anywho, where is this Nicole thing? Because I only just want to play that small part. Or maybe I should play the whole thing. It's not that long anyway. And with Finon's voice actor speaking. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let me just play the whole thing. Because I think I know who he is. But hold on. I hope when I put it like close to the mic, it won't be like too crazy. But you know, I gotta do it the bootleg way, especially when you're on PlayStation. So, you know, if they had the trailers inside the game, I would be playing it like that. But whatever. We'll just do it like this. So I'll just let the whole entire thing play, and then I'll yap after.
The great ruler of the firmament bestowed upon my kin the blessings of wisdom and power. Yet now, for the right to continue to subsist under the gaze of the gods, one must be surrendered. And all because of a mishap even our Creator could not have foreseen? Divine Envoy, please guide us.
Divine Envoy, please don't abandon us.
Is the path not laid before you? To give guidance is my greatest pleasure, and you shall have it whenever you so wish. Divine Envoy, I heard Vindignir is already.
Are we truly on the right path?
Your concern is known to me, but you need not fear, for a brighter era is on the horizon. This was predestined. The future cannot deviate from this path.
And if the hands of fate choose to lead this world toward destruction? Nicole.
Nicole. Nicole. Nicole. The heavenly throne has deceived us. Our sovereign is neither all-knowing nor all-powerful. Nor are his plans without flaws. Let your heart guide the way.
The world and fate can both yet be changed.
Even creations are bound to develop desires their own creator cannot erase. And when those desires accumulate, the threads of fate themselves will be shaken. Wisdom or power? I rather think I'd like to keep both. As long as I pay the right price, creating that loophole shouldn't be too hard, right? Face.
Alright. So, you already heard it for yourself. The other angels talking to Nicole was saying that, the heavenly principles has lied. They had, let's go exact word for word again.
Nicole. The heavenly throne has deceived.
Oh, also, by the way, in the trailer, when everyone is saying Nicole like that, there's like kind of like silhouettes like falling in front of her, and Nicole is trying to grab them and save them. So it's basically depicting the angels falling from grace, if you will. And that's most likely how the Seeleys were born. So yeah, Nicole is the first angel. But deep down, like 0.1% is still wondering if Nicole isn't the first angel. And the only reason why I'm thinking that is because of Lygus. Because me including and everyone else in the theory community basically agreed that Lygus was Rupert the Third. And we were so far off. Like, extremely far off. It ended up being Xandar. So that's why it's making me think that little tiny 0.1%. I'm thinking that Nicole might not be the first angel, but she obviously should be the first angel. But uh, yeah, as the angels are saying.
Nicole. The heavenly throne has deceived us.
See?
Our sovereign is neither all-knowing nor all-powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Nor are his plans without flaws.
Mm-hmm.
Let your heart guide the way.
No, alright. And then after that, they're just telling her, let your heart guide the way, and then they're following after her. So, showing that love should conquer all. But yeah, you see, I've been saying it for the longest. I've been saying for the longest that the heavenly principles have no power. The heavenly principles, Thane or Thanies, I'm still gonna be saying Thanes. Um, uh, the primordial one, whatever you want to call it, Morning Star. Oh, well, no, I'll go back to that after because I forgot to mention that little part during the whole Abyss sibling and traveler thing. But I'll go back to that. But yeah, Morning Star, all that stuff, all those equivalent names doesn't matter. Does not matter. He had no power. no power at all. He's just a lie. He's just deceitful. He's weak. That's why when Nubalong was able to defeat him, even though Nubalong was also defeated, but yeah, dude, I'm telling you, he truly never had any power, and I was saying that for the longest time. And you had everybody else saying this nonsense of, oh, he was AI, he did all of this by himself, uh, he kidnapped them on the spaceship, which I was tiny bit agreeing with for a little bit, I will admit. But then that's when I realized the whole entire thing about the siblings being just like a mirror, if you will, that they're not really siblings. It's just a clone. But anyways, yeah, all that stuff, all that stuff. And then, oh, if he didn't have power, how did he send the celestial nails? All that stuff. And right there, they finally said it for the longest time that I've been saying it. And that's literally the creations from the primordial one, using the spaceship, of course, creating the first angels. And they knew it. They found out the forbidden truth. The heavenly principles has been deceiving everyone. They're not powerful, they're not knowledgeable, their plans has flaws, they're just weak. They just play everybody. You see, at least with Dottore actually knows what the hell he's doing. Because, you could, say he's this and he's that, but one thing, he is not weak. He's broken all these boundaries. I still feel like he might be from the sample mill device, possibly, but that's a different discussion. But literally manufacture himself to be the the false tribunal moon god, and he did that in a realm of that the moons didn't even have authority. Kalabina didn't even have authority because she was still weak, and he manufactured himself to be the equivalent of like Kalabina. Dude, bro, that's true power and knowledge. And you know what's so amazing? This is exactly why I think, another reason why I think Fanes is dead and they just became the Abyss sibling. And that's probably why they just assumed that the Heavenly Principles has just been asleep this whole entire time. It's because they've just been gone. Because there's so many rules that have been broken and nothing has happened. And the biggest one was literally Dottore. Like literally every single thing that guy was involved in has been breaking the Heavenly Principles rules of like Tibet. And again, nothing has been happening. Bro, the Shades didn't even interfere when this guy. Oh, sorry, hold on. I got distracted real quick. Damn, I got a cut. I don't even know how the hell I got a cut. You know, sometimes when stuff happens and you don't feel it, but then when you look, then you start to feel it. Dude, it's like when oh dude, that shit was that was so horrendous. Last year when I fractured my ankle, the next day, because I didn't really even feel well, I felt it at that moment. But I thought it was just like a muscle pull or, something like that. And then, just whatever it was. But then the next day when I woke up and then I saw it like black and blue, then that's when it hit me and I was like, shit. Or even like when I had like the scar on my hand. Didn't even like really feel it. And then when I saw it and I was like, you know, I think I think it's just like a mind thing. I think like I said, like you do stuff and you don't feel it. I think it's just like adrenaline. And then once you look at something, the adrenaline just like goes away. And then you just start to feel the pain. But I think it's just a mind thing. But anyways, yeah, I got a cut. I don't even know how the hell I got that. That shit kind of stings. But anyways, yeah, Dottore, man. I'm telling you, Dottore. You see, there's so much things that this guy does against the Heavenly Principles, and this is exactly why I like him as a character. Uh, Besides him just being like an actual villain. But I'm gonna get to that because I don't think he's an actual villain. I think he's the only one that's doing what needs to be done. And I don't think that makes him a villain per se. Especially if he knows all this stuff, then he would know that these people don't realistically die. Because they just go into Ermin's soul, the body gets reborn, the soul goes into the constellations, and then, it just goes into like a different person or the same person. Well, that part I don't know. And honestly, it really doesn't matter. But no one ever is like truly 100% dead. So, and I'm pretty sure he already figured that out anyway. But I will say some of his experiments is kind of crazy. um, oh, speaking about him being crazy, I know this is just kind of like me just coping because I really love Dottore and I agree with a lot of stuff that he says and also kind of does. Um, that whole thing about him with that girl and the academia research thing. I don't know if he realistically killed her. Cause I was rereading some stuff and it says that they got separated for a time. And there was proof of their separation because people saw Dottore somewhere else, and then another group of people saw the girl somewhere else. And then in that area was also like mercenary stuff. So I don't know if he really killed her, to be honest. But I don't know. Maybe he did just kill her, and that's just me kind of like coping. But but yeah, bro, these guys, like, everybody in Tibet wants to go against the heavenly principles. And these guys do it like so suddenly. They take hundreds of years, thousands of years. They do stuff through the Traveler because the Traveler is a descender. But the Torre is like, no, fuck that. I'm gonna change everything. And like he's literally the only one that's literally doing anything about it. Because that also reminds me of Hexa Circles, especially Alice. Alice says all this stuff, but then she won't do anything. Like I don't understand it. Why don't you just take you and all the witches and then just go destroy Celestia already? Like if that's really your goal. Like just do all this stuff. I mean, you guys already know all these secrets and you know all this magic. So if you destroy Celestia and it could destroy Tibet, why don't you just do some magic crap to protect Tibet? Like I don't know. It makes no sense to me. I feel like they just, especially Alice, I think she pumps up her chest a little more than what she could actually handle. But make no mistake, she's extremely dangerous. I'm not saying she's weak. That's far, far, far from the case. But to make it seem like she could just change everything overnight, I just don't believe it. But yeah. Yeah, that's why I really love Dottore. Because he's the only one actually doing shit. Bro, he damn near had the Traveler second guessing, even if it was for like a split second. Like, that's insane. Like, uh, yeah, the Torre is right, man. I really believe the Torre is right in all the stuff that he's doing. Because it's really him that he's showing everybody the actual forbidden truth. And honestly, it's very smart. It's actually very, very smart. Because if he does that, you see, because with Celestia, they can handle some stuff. I mean, they handled Deshret, which is kind of crazy. And also, speaking of Deshret, I saw this one person having a theory that Deshret is uh Dottore, and mm, I don't, I really don't, I don't know. Honestly, I don't even think they really have a connection. I think the only connection that this guy has is just stealing like the technology. But as far as like knowing him or even being him, I don't know about that. But anyways, back to my original point. Um, yeah, they even handled Deshret. And then the whole Elazar thing, and then Ruka Devada, but that was like during the whole Cataclysm thing. But even Ruka Devada died, to save Sumeru. So, like all that stuff, and even the whole point of the Cataclysm was because they were going into the Forbidden Truth. That's literally realistically what it was, especially with Vedofenir. Because Vedofenir told a prophecy to King Ermin, and King Ermin didn't like it, because most likely it was the Abyss sibling ascending to like a god. And then they gouged his eyes out, and then from there he had the connection to the Abyss. That's when I believe he had the connection to the Abyss. Or maybe it was earlier from before, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. But yeah, Dottore is literally like the only one who's actually doing anything about the Heavenly Principles. Everyone just talks a big game. So yeah, that's just what I think. Oh, and as far as this last, hold on, there's one more thing in this Nicole trailer, and it's very short. It's the part with Finon's voice actor, and for this, I actually want to go here because I want to show something about someone saying something to Nubalong. Because if it's not gonna be exactly side by side accurate, 100% word for word, but like the gist of it is gonna be the same. Hmm. Yeah, it's here. Uh, does it also say? No, I think the last part is just uh, the heavenly principles. But yeah, because we always knew that the reason why Nubalong left Tibet is to go find answers because a person came and told him that Tibet was going to be destroyed, which is the Voyager. And we know the Voyager came back and was looking for him and realized that everything changed. And actually, I think it talks about that in another artifact set. So we could go into that one after. But I just want to play this really quickly because for like the first half of the Nicole trailer of what I just played, it's Nicole doing her duties as the first angel. And then when we get to the halfway point, there's something that's different. And then after that, let's just listen.
The hands of fate choose to leave.
This was predestined.
Hold on.
Your concern is known to me, but you need not fear. For
Okay, this is still when she's her like first angel, like she's doing her duties.
a brighter era is on the horizon. This was predestined. The future cannot deviate from this path.
Okay, then after this next sentence is gonna be when Finance voice actor talks.
And at the hands of fate, choose to lead this world toward destruction.
Oh well, actually, it wasn't after. It was that one. Hold on. Let me do it one more
This
time.
was predestined. The future cannot deviate from this path.
And at the hands of fate, choose to lead this world toward destruction.
Okay. So that question right there, and if the hands of fate choose to lead this world towards destruction, then after that, the trailer starts going downhill, if you will. That's when you start seeing the angels falling from the sky, Nicole trying to save them, but she can't. And then it gets to the part when the angels tell Nicole to follow her heart. And obviously, if Nicole's the first angel, follow her heart means go and be with the Voyager. Because they fell in love. That was like the forbidden thing. So that question right there, and if the hands of fate choose to lead this world towards destruction, the person saying that, I believe, is the Voyager. So I think Finon's voice actor is the Voyager. And I think that because, like I said, with New Belong, the Voyager came and was trying to convince New Belong to leave Tibet with the Voyager because Tibet was going to be destroyed. So it's basically like the exact same question. And even right here, so deep were those dark mists that even the light of 1,000 stars cannot escape their gravity. To find the answer before this planet was also consumed, the great dragon embarked upon an arduous quest alone. Okay, hold on. Now, wait. Shit, do I not have the whole entire thing? No, wait, that's not it. Wait, is it this one? Oh, I think this is it. Maybe. Because it should talk about someone coming to New Belong. Yes, she was not the first outsider to set foot here, for long before the Scions of the far north had woven their sweet dream of submergence, a voyager who's sentient, who traversed the cosmos, once made a vow of reunion with a lord of dragons who had yet fallen into darkness. Just passed by or was scribe drifting, the vast boy duty bound to commune with primordial civilizations. Asking. Oh yeah, because we know when the Voyager comes back, they come back as a boy, which could be the voice of Finance voice actor. That's the thing with the Voyager, the primordial one, and well, let's just leave it as the Voyager and the primordial one. Well, especially the Voyager. The Voyager describes as female and male. And then with the primordial one, it's predominantly male, but then there's also instances of also female. So it's like genderless, if that makes sense. Because I know a lot of people had the theory that, which I don't even know who started it, that the Voyager is the primordial one. But I don't even know. That doesn't make. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, if you go into, not to go down a rabbit hole type of situation, but the whole Gnostic Christianity and Gnostic Judaism, when they believe that Jesus and the devil is the same, then there will be instances um, of quote unquote Jesus would come pre-carnate, but it's really the quote unquote devil, um, and do like certain things, kind of like how it is in the Bible. But Jesus is Jesus in the Bible, and devil is the devil in the Bible. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Voyager could be the primordial one. It's almost if you will, kind of how I said, a quote unquote pre-carnate primordial one, and the Voyager just went first, and then the primordial one came after. But I don't think that's the case. I think the Voyager is someone completely different. I think the Voyager is Paimon. But I don't know. I don't know who the hell the Voyager is. I think the Voyager is someone that's like a godlike figure, like a universal type of godlike figure, not someone bounded by like Tibet or whatever. Like, if you will, like an eon or something like an eon. Most likely, the ones who created the actual traveler and the spaceship. I think that's probably the Voyager. So probably the variant of Kiana or the variant of Otto. I have no idea. I don't know. But yeah. Anyways, I came because I'm looking through the stuff because I'm trying to see uh. I'm trying to show exactly where she starts saying that it's gonna be destroyed. Oh, I've seen lightless end tearing through star clusters like a spindle among silken threads. I have seen how cold tide of chaos drowns out all songs, so that good and evil alike vanish into silence. And yet, my kind, gentle king, will you still refuse to abandon your people, forsake this world, fated for ruin, and journey with me beyond the stars? Yeah, that's the Voyager. And then Nubalong responds, "O friend from a distant world, I thank you for imparting these truths from beyond the skies. But but though in your eyes they may seem ignorant creatures, to me they are the very meaning of this universe. If the tide of oblivion must come, then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm." Huh. And that's how Tibet it's in a bubble universe. I never even realized that until I just read that. Then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm. Huh. Ah, that's something. So I wonder if we're inside like a literal like Leviathan type of thing, kind of like in Star Rail, where we went into like Washtopia, even though that's like a completely different scenario. But I'm kind of just like relating to it because Leviathans are dragon-like. So I wonder if it's something similar to that, because obviously it's not exactly like that. But that explains how Genshin seems like a little bubble universe type of thing. So I'm assuming that Nubalong's heart is probably the sun that we see in the sky of Tibet. More than likely, right? Hmm. But anyways, yeah. Uh, there's that. Um, then I want to show the part when the Voyager comes back. And the Voyager disguises itself as a man or a boy, same thing. Because I just want to show it just to see, or just to, show that it's genderless. Kind of like how Fanes is also seem to be somewhat genderless. Wait, hold on, is this it? Following Masa's guidance, the girl ventured northward. Now that I'm seeing all of this, I wonder if Vera is actually the Voyager. Hmm. Oh, and now that I see ruins of Spiral Abyss, the part where finance voice actor is speaking and talking about destruction, right after it shows like a gold feather kind of like flowing down from like stairs, and the stairs look like the Spiral Abyss. The only difference is that the stairs is like golden. But yeah, I don't know, it's somewhere here. Well, hold on, let me show you. Look. Yeah, you see like the stairwell, kind of like spiral. Again, Spiral Abyss. And Nicole's trailer, it's exactly the same, but just like gold, which I found that pretty interesting. But but yeah. So like I said, I think I think it's the Voyager. I think the fine on voice acting. So again, maybe in a sense he is probably right that it is just an NPC. At least probably for now. Or maybe it will be forever. I guess. Who the hell knows? But yeah, I think that was the Voyager that was talking to Nicole. The exact same way that the Voyager was talking to Nubelong about destruction. So yeah, that's that's basically kinda it. Oh, uh, because I know I said I was gonna go and talk about this real quick. Okay, so another thing that I wanted to mention before that if if the primordial one um did like a copy of the sibling, which would be the traveler, and the traveler and the abyss sibling, aka primordial one, is one of the same and they're not twins, there will be two things that will make sense, like physically seeing it. When in the beginning of the game, when they're trying to escape Tibet, and you have the two shooting stars, you had obviously Eternal, and they were like shooting across the stars, and they've matched each other. I think those are more than just shooting stars. I think they're supposed to be morning stars. And biblically speaking, because again, the fourth descender, traveler, is supposed to be Jesus equivalent, and a first descender, primordial one, aka a sibling, is supposed to be um Lucifer. I almost lost my train of thought. Now I'm starting to feel like the sleepiness. But anyways, I'm good. I can keep on going. Um. So yeah. Anyways. So yeah, if it's supposed to be Lucifer and Jesus, and one is supposed to be a clone copy of the other, because that's what the primordial one did. And if they're both shooting stars that's supposed to be look like morning stars, then one is just an actual morning star, which again represents Lucifer, and then the other one will be bright and morning star, which that one will represent Jesus. And I think that's why in the constellations it again kind of like mirrors each other, because they will both be technically morning stars, and it will also be technically bright and morning stars, if that makes sense. That's why this one kind of has like the moon with like the sun in the middle of like the sword, and then with ether it will be like this, like half the sun with like the moon in the middle, again basically symbolizing that it doesn't matter who you pick, that they both copy each other almost as quote unquote twins, but they're not really twins. So yeah, that's also another thing. And then with that, that's honestly probably it. There's like little stuff here and there with like shades, which that we could get into next week. Because honestly, really, I mean, it's not even really like that much crazy stuff. I still am believing that, oh, actually, I probably should say this now. Which I'll also re-say this when I do the new update for this game. Um, Dottore doing Shogun's move, the that giant like sword thing. Um, I think that's just basically showing that Renova made a deal with Shogun. Because that's also another thing that I've been saying for the longest time, that Renova did a deal with Shogun, and that's how Shogun was able to kill that snake. Doing this single strike from the top of like her palace thingy, and how she was also able to rip open through the sky without being an Archon yet, which makes literally no sense. But yeah, that's how she was able to do it, because she had the power of Renova. She did a deal with her. Yeah, and then with that, I'm basically done with the Genshin. For Star Rail, with the Eilo script, that goes into, actually, you know what? Let me pull up the trailer, because with that, I don't need the sound. I just need all the people it actually like turns into. But yeah, so oh god, damn, I'm really starting to feel it. Jeez. Um, Okay, a couple things, which hopefully I could stay on topic because I've realized something about Emphorius again. Because very, very, very early, um, I said that Emphorius, Emphorius was like a mini universe of the real universe, and then I got that right. And then I thought it was a little more of like a mini universe, and it was like kind of implying certain things like eons would do with like the chrysosers would do. And then I also got that right, but I won't give myself fully credit until I go into the next thing. But and then and then that's when the Cyrene part came out, and I said that she represented finality, which I got right and wrong because when I meant finality, I meant like terminus finality, and that wasn't the case. She was fully finality, if that makes sense. I'm not gonna go through that whole entire thing, but I did get the part of her representing finality correct. And then after that, then I was realizing that it wasn't like symbolizing the eons. Like it was literally like basically like one for one like eons. And then the examples I'll just give a couple. I'm not gonna go through all of them. Um Finon, of course. You could start with that one. Finon. Finon was on the path of Trailblaze because he was the deliverer, and then he turned to destruction, and then basically became Castellana, which was like Nanook. And when you do the swarm disaster thing, which I still cannot believe people have not been talking about that, because the swarm disaster exposed so much stuff, and I can't believe I never did it before. Like, I'm so dumb that I missed out on all those lore things from before. Because it is literally exposing so much stuff about Plan Arcadia. Like the existence, or not the existence, like the information that Yaosha existed during the time of Tazernath, which is propagation, and was probably most likely helping propagation, which was not known before. But anyways, like I said, I'm not gonna go through all that stuff. That's a rabbit hole. But yeah, and then you have Mighty, which is land. And then Mighty just hunts the Black Tide, which is like the abundance, if you will, like the abomination. And Land the Hunt obviously hunts the abomination. Um, then Ceridra. Ceridra of Order. And her sacrificing herself to change like an outcome of like a law. Like she changes a law, if you will. That's how she explains it. And then the real order, Enna, I believe she sacrificed herself to Sheepe so she could be inside Sheepe. And then with order and propagation, I think they're gonna try to kill Sheepe from the inside. So again, changing the law of like the universe. And especially that Sheepe created the Stellarons, which is still crazy to me even to this day. And she's one of the four paths that's pushing to finality. That's pushing everything into finality. So harmonious, right? Ending everything. But anyways, so just like stuff like that. And then there was other stuff, like not Eon related, like the Dawn device, and then of course, which I mean, kind of Eon related, because it is Cypher that keeps the Dawn device alive. And then in Plan Arcadia, with the moon, it's Aha that's connected to the moon through like wish power, and if the games don't happen and Aha don't feel joy, because you know, elation, or sorrow, because again, that's also elation. And that's also technically wish power, so the moon won't, you know, be alive or whatever. And then the quote unquote Dawn device would be destroyed, and then Planet Arcadia would be destroyed. So again, all this stuff is like literally equivalent to the same thing. So that made me think, if everything is literally equivalent to the stuff of the real universe, then who is Lygus supposed to be? Because Lygus is the Theoros, and actually, hold on, let me get the proper definition. Okay, what is wrong with this thing? Why am I blanking? Yeah, there you go. Theoros. Ancient Greek term for spectator, official envoy, or ambassador sent by the city-state to observe religious festival games or consult oracles. And of course, that's, you know, what Lycus was doing until the very end when he had to intervene. But with Lycus and him going through cycles, now this part is kind of a bit different because it's not like Lygus wrote all these cycles, obviously, because he was tricked, and then the cycles happened. But then he did catch onto it, and he beginning to manipulate stuff, like if he was writing the cycles, if you will. And then the Trailblazer came, and then all that stuff is different. So that was making me think. There is one person in the universe who is almost like a Lycus in terms of just standing and watching and even writing scenarios. And obviously, we all know who that is. It's Eilo. So that made me think, if Lygus is supposed to be an equivalent to Eilo in some way, not exactly the same, which is a little bit different because everyone else is basically kind of the same. But in terms of just watching and observing and adapting and basically writing out scenarios, uh, if they're similar and they go through these scripts or cycles, that made me wonder if the 33 million also has a real connection to the universe and not an Emphorius thing. Because remember, everything else in Emphorius basically equates to something in the real universe and Star Rail. So I was thinking, what if Elio actually wrote 33,500 and whatever scripts? Or those are all the pages of a script? Like 33 million in total pages. And that's why there's like so many endless like answers or like results or whatever. Because, dude, for any little scenario, there's like a script that he has for it. Like the whole Pentaconi thing was a script. The the last Pentaconi one, when Dahlia, does her whole thing, that was also a script, even though it was thrown to the side, but it was still a script. Even within that script, there was um, Dahlia becoming Amphario and whatever it is, the Ravager. I still think she's gonna be a Ravager in the future. But anyways, her being the Ravager hunting Remembrance, um, in the in Silverwolf's trailer when Silverwolf is fighting the evil Silverwolf, and the evil wolf comes out and says that she, reached pinnacle elation. She ended some war. She started a war. Something with the Genius Society, I think. She supplemented Polka, so she basically became Polka in her universe, if you will. Um, so like a whole bunch of just stuff, like endless possibilities, and then even with and for the ending of Euphorius, when it was um if we decide to stay with Cyrene and don't move on, then the universe will end because it would just you know just be like preserved just like that, like frozen in time. Or if we didn't go to Euphorius in the first place, then Herta would have become Rupert the Third, if you will, with Iron Tomb. Uh, if we went to a different planet, Zephyro would have fought well and killed him. Um, then there was another place. If we went there, I'm trying to remember that one. Oh, Jing Liu would have become a Ravager and kill Abundance. So like a whole bunch of stuff, and all that stuff is just scripts. It's just scripts. So even that like little mini game in Kafka's story, the I don't know, three lies, one truth, two truths, two lies, whatever it was. Even that, all that stuff is scripts. So that it makes so much sense why there's literally, it seems like there's literally endless upon endless. It's because it's literally just over 33 million scripts in total. Just like how there was over 33 million cycles in Euphorius. I think is literally the same thing also. But but yeah, and then with that movie trailer, I think that movie trailer is also gonna be kind of like what if scenarios. I don't think it's gonna be actual, real. How do you say it? Um, like canon lore, if you will. I think it would be something kind of like, let's just put it like Silverwolf's trailer. You know, like a Silverwolf's trailer. The evil Silverwolf was talking about all this stuff, and she was like the Polka Kakamon of the universe. I think this is probably gonna be stuff like that, like what if scenarios. Because in the trailer, it also showed um it showed them fighting Cienjo people, like generals, like Fei Xiao and Imbibitor Lune, but he's not a general. But you know, that's like Cienjo. And obviously, that's not the case, and I don't think that's going to be the case in the future. Uh, However, which I've also been saying this, I do think there's going to be a problem on the Cienjo. I think they might have a war between each other. Because I think they're going to try to make Blade uh, a weapon for Lan to aim against Yaosha and kill Yaosha. But yeah, that's a whole different thing. But but yeah, that movie trailer I think is gonna be the same thing. Especially like with the fight, like I just said. And then also another example is Kafka dancing in the club, and you literally see um what's this guy's name? You see Auto Apocalypse, but I wasn't thinking about him. You see Eilo, of course, and oh god, what's this guy's name? Oh, Duke Inferno. Because I believe the basically the almost the whole entire trailer is kind of like the what you call it, the like the Japella Brotherhood rebellion thing. You know, when they start killing everyone in the club. Um, and Duke Inferno was not there when all of that happened, so it doesn't make sense. And even though they are part of the Annihilation Gang, but they're two different factions of the Annihilation Gang because they are at war with each other. The Brotherhood is against the Everflame Mansion. So, and then the biggest one of why I think is gonna be almost kind of like a non-canon thing, and there's gonna be like a multiple script type of thing. Is because when Kafka points her gun at Elio, let me see, where is it? She points her gun at Elio, and then it shows a whole bunch of, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Elio's walking past them. And then, actually, you know what? I could put the sound on for this. I don't think it's... Okay, yeah. She points the gun at Elio, and Elio slowly starts turning back. And then, actually, let me slow it down for this. Yeah. Because it shows multiple people. And I know the first time that this came out and people were talking about it, they were saying that it's emanators, which makes no sense because Boot Hill is not an emanator, Ron May is not an emanator, Jade is not an emanator. So they are emanators because it shows Herda and Akron. But yeah, the other people are not emanators. But I do think, let me see. Okay, so it's genuine. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Hold on. I'm gonna write like a list. Because I believe it's people who, um, bro, what the hell's wrong with this? How do I, oh, okay. Okay, so genuine. Okay, as I'm gonna watch this and type in all these people's names, I could explain. I think all of these people are people who, I don't want to say like, well, I mean, in a way, it kind of technically would be that. I think it's people who affect scripts. And I think they affect scripts because with the connection to the Trailblazer and the choices that these people make. So I'm gonna go through all of them, but let me write all these people's names first. Okay, I think there should probably be like maybe 2 or 3 more because I remember seeing Boot Hill. Oh yeah, there he goes, Boot Hill. Oh, so maybe it's one more after this then. Okay, and then Elio again. Oh no, ratio. I forgot about that. Okay, and then Trailblazer. And then is it Elio again? Yeah, it is Elio again. Huh. Alright, and then it shows the cat. Which, oh, now that I say that, the cat. Uh, actually, let me just put that. Yeah, I still. Obviously, it's not literally Elio. Because that was debunked. Which is also another thing everyone agreed upon. Which is making me a little worried that Nicole might not be the first angel. But no, she has to be. It literally will make no sense if she's not. But again, anyways. Um so yeah, so I think when uh the Stellaron hunters are walking after destroying the Japella Brotherhood, and Elio's walking past Kafka, and then she turns and points the gun. All the people, because it's Elio first, and then when Elio was turning to look at Kafka, like at the face, then it starts changing into the other people. And I think the reason why it does that, because again, I think all of those people are people who could interfere with a script in a way, or they could do something which might be interfering with a script, or maybe it's a part of the script. So I'm kind of like half and half. But honestly, it really doesn't matter because it both leads in disaster anyway. Because if they change a script, well, the Trailblazer 100% could change a script. We saw it in Pentaconi. And I know that they mentioned eons could change a script, which that I don't believe. I don't believe that one. But anyways, um, but yeah, I got stuck on stupid real quick. um, yeah, with these other people, I think it's actions that these guys could take that could like change the universe in like a gigantic direction. So basically almost like if you will, almost kind of make like a fourth instant type of situation. Like it's been said, which I also don't believe. I have a crazier theory, but I could get into that maybe after, or maybe another time. Um, but in the game, with the stuff that I say so far, that could change at literally any moment, that the beginning of the fourth instant was actually Iron Tomb dying, not him ascending. So I was thinking that maybe with the people that it showed, like changing from Elio into different people, maybe they could be people who could start like a new instant type of thing, like a fourth instant or fifth instant, whatever. So the order is Genuine, Adventurine, Ruan May, Screwlum, Akron, Herda, Lucha, Jade, Boot Hill, Elio, Ratio, Sunday, Trailblazer, Elio again, and then it goes into that black cat standing on the moon. Which I don't even know why the hell is standing on the moon. But when that honestly proper represents finality. Moons always represent finality in Hoyoverse games. But with Genuine, with him, it could be Blade. Him using Blade to fight the Abundance and kill the Abundance. Because Blade now has the power of Shuhu inside of him. They have the golden blood from Nanook. From from Nanook to Finon, given to the Trailblazer, given to uh, Genuine. So then they could use that to aim against the Abundance and kill it. Or it could be the Marshal that wants to do it and kill Yaosha. But then Genuine goes against them and then starts like a war. So yeah, I believe that in itself, either whatever side he's on, I think is probably gonna be something that could change the universe drastically. I think all this stuff is gonna change the universe drastically, and it could either possibly change a script, um, interfere with a script, or start a fourth instant or whatever type of thing. Basically, I think all these people could literally, you know, bring finality in a way. I think it's gonna be a really gigantic, long process, but these people possibly could start it. Basically, what I'm getting is I think these people are gonna be problems. So, again, I already did Genuine. Adventurine, of course, we already know his whole luck thing and the stone hearts. But I believe he's going to be an emanator of the order. And if he becomes an emanator of order without order even being alive and being inside Shipe, then I think that's going to be like a gigantic thing. Because then it will probably just start showing that Harmony is going to end up dying. Because Shipe is taking over from within. Basically, doing what Ceridril is, well, what she tried to do in Euphorius. Change the law from within the scepter, which she did with the Trailblazer. And then Ron May, of course, that nutcase with her whole propagation thing, resurrecting the Emanator Tazernath. That's kind of self-explanatory. Screwlum. Screwlum, I think that is Sandar related, because I think he's one of the 9 fragments. And especially when Lygus said to Screwlum that you're gonna go to the cave and get the equation, and that equation is to destroy erudition. And him saying that to Screwlum, I think that kind of just shows that Screwlum is one of Xandar's fragments. And Screwlum is possibly going to be the one who kills Noose. Akron, her thing is just killing Nihility, so yeah, that's kind of self-explanatory. Herda's is quite interesting, because there's a lot of stuff. Like, Herda could honestly maybe she could solve all of Noose's problems, and then Noose would just stop calculating. So if Noose stops calculating, then he would just die because he basically already finished his research. So she would inherently destroy erudition by always trying to seek an answer for everything. I mean, Deuce basically almost died doing the whole when is divinity thing, So Lucha, that's also propagation. And now that I say with propagation, you see, it's also interesting how in the storm disaster that Screwman believes that Yaosha was alive during the time of propagation. And it's weird that when you play as Lucha and you use the casket, it's literally propagation, but it's healing also. So it's like showing abundance and propagation. And we still don't even know his, other intentions. We don't even know his real name. Lucha is not his real name. Um, we don't know what uh, friend he was doing this for. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But I believe Lucha, with him, I think it's abundance related. And I think it's probably like the worst type of abundance related. Like a Shuhu type of thing that could like destroy possibly the universe with the propagation power. So Jade also with her Stoneheart power, she could probably do something really insane. Especially if a person goes to her, because her thing is like desire, almost like a Stellaron, which is weird. Actually, now that I say that, that's extremely weird. She is basically exactly like a Stellaron, just without shit blowing up. Like, if people have a desire to gain power, then she will do the deal with them. And then through the person's own desire, they will, like, I don't know, for an example, like, I don't know, like, go broke and lose everything. But they'll be, like, the strongest person ever. Like, that type of drastic measures would be taken. And that's without Jade even doing anything. Because she literally just gives them the wish. Dude, she is literally like a Stellaron. Just without the explosion. What the fuck? Anyways, Boot Hill, I think, is the easiest one. I think it's if he kills Oswaldo Schneider. If he kills Oswaldo Schneider, I think that's gonna start like a gigantic ripple effect throughout the universe. Because it shows two things. It shows that even someone in the IPC and one of like a board member in the IPC could, get touched. They could basically get killed. So that basically opens the invitation for everyone else in the universe. If they want to go at the IPC, they could go and get a crack at them and kill them. And then the IPC will have to go to war with everybody. Um, and then the second thing also is if he kills Oswaldo, then what else would he do? Which don't sound like a problem, but it could be a problem, knowing Star Rail. But I don't know what it would be, though. Would he just retire as Galaxy Ranger? More than likely, that makes sense. But what would be a consequence of that? I don't know. Maybe Galaxy Rangers would completely just disassemble. I don't know. And then it goes back to Elio. Which Elio's just Elio. And then it goes to Ratio. And then Ratio could be a couple things. Because I think he's also a fragment of Xandar. And I think he's a fragment of Xandar. While also being that worm that Aha killed. That Aha killed a worm that he put as an emanator. And then it was probably reborn. Or maybe it wasn't even killed. Because, it'll always be saying one thing in the game and then, other stuff is revealed. So. But in a lot of this stuff, it does say that the worm was killed. But again, who the hell knows? Because in the next quest, they could talk about it and then, say that the worm was never killed. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is the worm got like rebirthed. I think became Ratio. Became a fragment of Xandar. That's also another thing I want to say real quick. I think when Xandar died, I don't think he had like bodies sent out in the universe just waiting to get the fragments and then like activate. I don't think it's like that. I think he chose specific people, and then when he died, the fragments went into the people, and then they just kind of had to like unlock it, I guess. I think that's how the fragments work. But anyways, so with Ratio, he could be uh, a Xandar fragment using using elation to destroy erudition. Because his whole thing is like him being a Mundanite and how knowledge is dumb, and all that stuff. Um, and then you also have Lady Lore's theory, which, oh damn, I haven't seen that in so long. I probably should rewatch that. I wonder if she makes any more videos. I haven't, but then again, like I said, I haven't seen a lot of videos in a while. But hers I haven't seen in a while. And I Am MMA's video, I'm still waiting for that third part because I don't even think that third part came out of her Eon thing. But anyways, um, for Lady Lore's theory, she kind of had almost the same thing, like the worm, and like a Mundanite and Ratio, but then she had a Ratio ascending to Eon, which is very compelling. But I don't know. Who really knows? And then Ratio, and then it's Sunday. And it's Sunday. There's so many stuff. He could. go back to his order ways. If he finds no purpose, he could join the Stellaron Hunters, which honestly, that might be it. Or he could just become an emanator of harmony, which might honestly be more dangerous than him being an emanator of order. So, there's that. Then the Trailblazer. Um, and then with the Trailblazer, obviously, he could break scripts. That's what he did in Penacony. Um, there's actually, you know what? We could go to that right now because after Trailblazers is Eilo, then the cat. So the Trailblazer is basically the last one. So with the Trailblazer, I'm realizing certain stuff also. So Eilo is called Destiny's Slave. And to this day, we still don't know who Destiny is. Or, you know, because Destiny might not be a literal name, Destiny. It just could be like a title of Destiny. But anyways, so he writes all these scripts, and then in the end, with hopes of not being Destiny's slave anymore. So basically, essentially destroying Destiny. And I don't know. I know some people assume to create fate, which I did agree with in the very beginning, but now I don't agree with that anymore. I don't think it's about creating fate. I think it's just completely destroying all forms of like a what you call it, like a bondage to something, which that would be fate or destiny. But I feel like destiny will be worse, especially in Star Rail, more so than fate. Fate and Genshin, Fate and Zenless Zone, because all that stuff is kind of like more condensed to like a planet. So, but anyways, so I was thinking if he, again, going back to a little bit of Euphorius, and everything is exactly not the same when it comes to Elio and Lygus. I'm only just comparing the positions that they're in, which they're basically both Theoros, if you really technically think about it. So, if Elio is doing all of this on the orders of someone, because of course the name Destiny Slave, then that would mean that he's watching people or a person, most likely a person, or people, who knows, go through cycles of the universe over and over and over and over, creating the perfect script. And it ended up just being over like the 33 million script pages. Because I don't think the universe has been in 33 million cycles. That's crazy. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's like the script. Like there's over 33 million. Um, But yeah, and then I was thinking the Trailblazer. Because the Trailblazer met Kafka, then they were in the Stellar Hunters, then these guys just like disappeared for whatever reason. And then in the beginning of the game, when you choose the gender, they go through like this the data stuff. Kind of reminds me of the Sea of Quanta, but I'm not gonna go through all of that right now. They go through like all this data stuff, and then they digitally create the Trailblazer, and then they take a Stellaron, and then they put the Stellaron inside of the Trailblazer. And I believe they put the Stellaron inside of the Trailblazer because with the Stellaron always listened to the person's most desirable thing. And with the Trailblazer, it's always to trailblaze, solve problems, and a whole bunch of stuff. But it did get close to Cyrene just staying in Euphoria forever. They did almost get that, but it didn't happen. But anyways, so yeah, I think with the Stellaron is actually what's making this script go well, if that makes sense. Because I think that's what's keeping the Trailblazer more. Um, what's a good way to put it? More like I guess you could say like more like on the right path of breaking fate, if you will, or breaking destiny. So I think when Eilo was referred to Destiny's slave, I honestly believe it's being referred to the Trailblazer. I think the Trailblazer is Destiny, and Eilo is writing all these scripts and like watching over him and doing all this stuff, and have the Stellaron Hunters to guide and help the Trailblazer, accomplish things so the script could keep on going well. And then at the end, everything will be just, if you will. Um, so yeah, I believe the Trailblazer's destiny, and Elio is essentially Trailblazer's slave. if you want to be technical, that's what I think it is. So, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense. It does make sense. And that will maybe it will probably also explain why the Trailblazer has finality, um, like finality. Dude, I'm like my brain. I'm trying to think because I was just gonna say like finality stuff, but that's not really a good way to put it. But I mean, that's kind of the only way I could put it right now. I'm literally like dozing off. I'm like mad tired, bro. But yeah, there's like finality, like connections to the Trailblazer, more than Trailblaze to the Trailblazer, like the path of Trailblaze. And the only thing that they really have a connection to the path of Trailblaze It's just the act of trailblazing itself, if that makes sense. But it's not like, well, I think it's because of the Stellaron that makes them do that. But if they didn't have a Stellaron, I don't think they would still be like so desirable to fix like a planet's outcome, if you will. I think it's because of the Stellaron inside of them that makes the path of Trailblaze more easier, if you will, and more desirable, of course, because it's the Stellaron. More desirable to fix a planet's outcome. So, like with Belobog, defeat Cocolia and subdue that Stellaron, and then Overworld, Underworld together. Cienjo, um, fix the Ambrosia tree, and then fight Fantilia. Um, Penacony, the dream within the dream thing, save Sunday. Even though I kind of agreed with Order Sunday. Which, again, is funny because I still think if if he became an emanator in Harmony, I think he would be much more dangerous. Like, extremely more dangerous. I mean, bro, when he did that whole tuning thing, when Blade, stabbed the full wish to absorb Shuhu with Imbibitor Lune, and Sunday did that whole tuning thing. That was like fucking crazy. That was like order level, like order emanator level Sunday power. And that was just through Harmony. And we know how dangerous Harmony is because, again, they literally created the Stellarons. So, yeah. Man, these guys are just nutcases in the first place, especially the family. But anyways, um, so yeah, I think that's why they put him on the Astro Express with a Stellaron inside of him, knowing that he is Destiny. He's been through the universe multiple times. The connection to finality also. He has like almost like all the perfect pieces. So basically, this should be like that last final run for Eilo, and then Eilo should be free. And then essentially the Trailblazers should also be free. So now that I'm saying that, I still don't agree with this theory, but I'll just say it just as like a just as more as like a thought than a theory. Well, I know other people have that theory, but I don't know if I still fully agree with it. But now that I say that, I wonder if the previous universe cycle, the Trailblazer was actually Akavili. But I don't know. I think the connection to finality is way more stronger. But yeah, alright. That's basically all kind of everything. Mostly everything was Genshin, obviously. But dude, I've been wanting to talk about this for so long. And then of course there's like other stuff, but it's fine. We could do that another time. I'm not in a big rush. And with those things, it's not like it's stuff that been like kind of like bottling up, if you will. This has been like kind of driving me crazy because I desperately been wanting to talk about the people changing from Elio into other people, and I truly believe it's because of things that they do that will change the outcome of the universe for more than likely the worst. But yeah, I think that's basically it. I know I had the theory around the time when Sparksy was out, I think, about because there was some toilet side quest, which it's it's changed. I mean, it's kind of the same, but it's also changed drastically. Because I thought it was probably Elio, and then like three people that it's like quote unquote children to Elio, like in a way. Because that's kind of what the quest is like a king, and they have like three children, and they all do like certain things, and none of them was kind of like ready to be the next king, if you will. But then they just like take over, and like a war happens, and but I don't know. It kind of sounded like the what's happening right now, especially the war part. Like all the eons are at war with each other right now, also. So I thought like maybe that like Elio was like the father figure, and everybody else was like kids. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I think Elio and other people are the kids, and then the Trailblazers, since representing destiny, I think they're the quote unquote father, if you will. But honestly, I think it's more like which I was talking about that way earlier. That I'm starting to realize that all their games have well, they always had like religion stuff into it, but I'm starting to realize that there's a lot of Christianity type of stuff in all their games. And with Star Rail, I think that's exactly what it is. In Star Rail, I think the Trailblazer is supposed to be like Destiny, but like a sun version of the Authority, kind of like God and Jesus. But with the Star Rail, it's something, and then the Trailblazer, and then I think Elio is just you know quote unquote Trailblazer slave, because again, Trailblazer is Destiny. But but yeah. Alright, dude, I'm like so exhausted. Oh, actually, let me check one more thing. It has nothing to do with like any lore or anything. I want to see if they have any drip marketing. I know they showed the artifact sets for the new update in Genshin for the next week. And dude, one of those artifact sets is crazy. It's like real crazy. Nah, there's no drip marketing. Oh well. But yeah, the artifact set that's basically for like the support characters. Um, like holy shit, dude. Those 4 stars are about to be crazy, especially the Hexa Circle ones. Now I can actually finally build these people. Even though I probably won't anyway. But yeah, official Sucrose, Nicole when I get her. Um, yeah, that's why I haven't done a 10. Cause I wanna, which I could talk about that now. But yeah, cause I wanted to do a 10 on the Chronicle Wish. Because whether I get the person I want or the weapon I want, it doesn't matter. Because I'm 100% gonna get a gold in the next 10. Cause I was at 70 in the previous one when I was trying to pull for Klee. Oh god. I'm still so fucking mad about that whole entire update. Because I didn't even get Barca either. And none of my accounts. That shit truly pissed me off. But anyways, so what you call it? Um yeah, so the next 10 it will be automatically 100% gold. Um so I was thinking about pulling someone or probably a weapon. Honestly, more likely than a weapon. But then I saw the live stream and like the rewards, dude, that shit, bro, this shit is horrendous. Bro, it's like 60 pulls if you do everything. What the fuck is that? 60 pulls for a whole entire update? That is fucking insane. Especially when you have Nicole, Durin, Lohan, and Mavuka. Like, what? And you want to get those weapons for those people also. So, yeah, that's fucking insane. That these guys literally did the, like, least amount of events, like, to this day that I could think of. Since I started playing Genshin. Like, that's honestly fucking ridiculous. It's truly ridiculous. So I'm not gonna even bother. I'm just gonna save. Cause yeah, that's just stupid. I'm saving on all my accounts. Which in Europe and Asia, I was honestly gonna try to go for these people. But if it's only 60 total, that's just such fucking horseshit. Like seriously. And I want Nicole on all my accounts. Nicole is one of those people that I must have like on every single account. Even if I am trying to go C6 on my Taiwan account. I believe it's Taiwan. It's like the one with the abbreviation letters. But yeah, I think they were pretty. Like a pretty good amount. Hopefully C6 will happen. But realistically, I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, I don't care if I get C6 on that. And cuz usually like if I get a person on one account, then on another account I really won't care because I already have them. But there's like very few people that I want just like on every single account. Like it doesn't matter. Like Farina, um, is Nicole is gonna be another one. Um, Calavina. I tried for Linnea. That shit went horrendous. But Linnea would be another one. I think Lohan. I'm gonna also try to get it for every single account. Um, yeah, I don't know. Can't think of anyone else. Oh, Shalonen. Even though I don't have her on this account. I don't have her on any account, but her. But yeah, just stuff, stuff like that. But like, if I have Mavuka, like I really don't care to have her on every other account. It's usually support characters that I would want on every single account. And if it's not support, then it's usually like my favorite characters. And Lohan is definitely gonna become a favorite. But alright. Oh god. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna end. Um I'll definitely be back soon, within the week. Cause I don't know if I'm gonna do later today or tomorrow. Cause realistically, uh well, one, I might be just lazy. Which just sounds stupid, but I'm just gonna be real. And the more honestly realistic answer that's most likely going to happen is that I'm gonna go watch like movies, or if I don't watch movies, I'll watch Fringe with my mom. But if I don't watch Fringe, then I'll just be watching movies. Also, probably with my mom or with the family. But yeah, that's kind of like a weekend thing that we have, especially between me and my mom, that we will watch Fringe. Dude, Fringe is so fucking good. I like it a lot. But excuse me. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll just see. And I really do want to start trying other stuff. Or not only just try, like just like replay some other things. Like I don't know. Just like normal games, not only just gotcha. Even though I really do love the gotcha games. These things got me like hooked. And since I haven't been playing so consistently before because I got a little sick and and yeah. So I do need to catch up on some of these events also. So I really don't know. I don't know. I'll probably just I don't know, maybe like Saturday morning, maybe, or afternoon, because most likely not night, because again, maybe I'll probably be watching Fringe or watching movies. But speaking of movies, I saw the Punisher thing. Uh, it was it was okay. I expected way more, not gonna lie. Especially with the Nucci family. Like, like they felt so rushed. Like we didn't even get like a setup of like, him finding out the Nucci's was involved. I mean, we did find out the stuff, but like, you know what I mean? Like him going after one thing, and then, those enemies tell him, oh yeah, the Nucci's did this and then did this, and then he starts investigating the Nucci's, and then they literally could have made like a whole entire, like, lengthy movie, and it would have been great, but no. They did like a freaking half-assed type of thing. They only showed like 5 minutes of like the Nucci's like being killed and very shortly describing how they were killed and whatnot. And then Ma Nucci makes an appearance and then puts the hit out to kill Frank Castle, obviously the Punisher. Well, I don't know. I feel like they could have done so much more. Bro, they literally could have made that a whole entire like season. And if they didn't want to make a season, they could have did like a 2 hour like movie of it. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. And I know some people are giving it a pass because it's like extremely violent, which it is, and I do like it. But dude, just because it's violent, it's like violent and it's something that Disney Plus doesn't do. Like this is the first ever like real serious like rated R type of content on Disney Plus. That doesn't give it an excuse to have a rushed crap story. Like that's not an excuse. Just because it's the first true rated R thing that Disney put out. Like that's stupid. Like for what? That's truly stupid. But but yeah. But yeah, I don't know. We'll just see how everything goes. Cause I don't know. Maybe the next stream I'll probably be on Twitch. Or may I don't know. Maybe I'll be on YouTube. But I do need to catch up on a whole bunch of stuff. And honestly, I think I'm just gonna try and just zoom through everything. So try to get all these events over with so I could just, you know, you know, I could like play games without worrying about like, oh crap, I gotta do this because this expires tomorrow or something like that. But I don't know. Um, and I need to catch up on Neverness to Everness because now there's like new, like actual new stuff, not stuff that like from the beta. So yeah, because I kind of been slacking on that because everything it felt like a little bit like the beta. So I didn't feel anything new. But now there is stuff that's like new. And then of course there's gonna be an update, and then that one is obviously gonna be more like new stuff. So I don't want to be too far behind. And the last time I played on Twitch, I was in the middle of doing the Edgar quest, like when you just meet up characters like in random spots, and the game just crashed like at the ending. So yeah, hopefully that'll be a thing also with Neverness to Everness, because in the beta it did crash a little bit, which was kind of annoying. But and it's even more annoying, especially when you stream, because every time anything like you get off the game in any type of way, it just automatically ends the stream. So I don't know why the hell PlayStation can't fix that certain things, especially if you go in your little mini uh, game menu thingy that you don't even have to go into the full menu. You could just go to the mini one like on the side, and then you could just go straight from this game to a different game without completely leaving everything. I don't understand why it would just end the stream. But again, that's I don't know. But anyways, yes, we'll just see what the hell happens with life. 'Cause that's also another thing. You know, it's been going okay so far, but you know, is anything else gonna happen? Who the hell knows? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, you know what I also did? I actually did try a little earlier. Black Desert. That game is okay. I'm not a super gigantic fan of it because I tried Gunslinger and it feels kind of weird. But I mean, it is kind of fun. It's not bad. I don't know. It just feels awkward. It feels like it was literally meant as like a hack and slash type of thing. Like like when the game first came out, you was forced to be like a knight or like someone with like any type of hand weapon, sword, hammer, whatever the hell, pole arm, spear, again, whatever. But not really like shooting or crossbow or a wand or whatever. Because I feel like it feels so stiff. But I don't know. All right. Yeah, I'm at end. This was a pretty good stream. Not bad. How long did I go for? Oh wow, like 5:38. Almost 5 hours and 40 minutes. I didn't even realize it was that long. But all right. Well, that's not bad. Like I said, I'll definitely be here within the week. I will let you know if I'll be here a second time during the week. I will have to figure that out when I do that the next stream. And also it depends what I play. Cause I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna play a gotcha game. Maybe I'll do something new. I'm not sure. Usually I say that and then you go to gotcha game. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't. Like I said, we'll just see. Um, yeah, alright. Well, I'm gonna end. That's a pretty good stream. Not bad. Not bad at all.